Okay, we're going to test this out. Welcome, Sauce. My computer looks like it's my laptop, which is what I'm using. So hopefully everybody can kind of see what I'm doing for this. I'm going to be attaching my phone. Here, I'll just try to maybe it's all the camera inputs making this run slow. I can't even change scenes. Can you hear me okay? We'll connect the phone now. But the goal, or what I'm going to be doing, is transitioning one of the cameras to a top-down using this rig I built right here. So that's going to go up here. Okay, as long as the sound is good, then we should be able to just transition to the two cameras And yeah, I'm using my Elgato I just have on its normal stand, so I disconnected everything from from the corner. Yeah, we'll do that so that the webcam still works in the corner. Okay, let's get everything set up here. It looks like the video might be freezing though. Oh, and my overlay's not showing either. I realized the countdown wasn't showing. Okay, that's okay. We'll make this work. Hopefully it doesn't crash. But if it does, I have a backup. I was originally planning to do this with the PlayStation. Yeah, me. Well, the kitchen's probably frozen too. You just can't tell because there's nothing in there right now. Oh man, I can't wait to get this built so then I can at least use my other rig as a backup. I don't know, I don't see myself raising my hands and stuff. Well, it looks like the Stream Elements overlay is working. But yeah, the camera for my phone, which I have set up here with the really long charging cable that'll mount into this, which I can't unfreeze. Here, let's try this. Apologies, one moment as I get Nice! Yeah, that's gonna be one of the hardest parts of this one. Here, we'll just transition to this, even though the chat's probably also not gonna fit in the box. That should at least... My CPU is pegged on this thing right now. Hopefully there's no duplicate audio. I was playing around with all the different audio inputs and audio sources. I hope, since none of the overlays seem to be working from Stream Elements, they looked alright when I was testing it earlier. Oh boy. Okay. Well, what we can do in just the meantime here, while this hopefully loads. I didn't hear what you were doing on your build while this loads up. Oh yeah, that's right. You did actually say you decided to go with the ITX. Okay, well hopefully I don't kill this by doing this. The application that I'm using for my phone, which is going to be the main camera that'll mount into this, is completely frozen. Nice. Okay, well, I guess I could just do this from my phone if I have to. Oh no. Yeah, it stopped responding. Here. Hopefully when I kill this, it doesn't kill anything on OBS. You can probably hear me killing things in the background. Trying to kill this in the background. Ah! I even tested it out with just recording. Oh no. There we go. Alright, we killed it. Can I reopen it? Shit. Technical difficulties. Okay, there we go. It's slowly reopening. What's up? What's going on, man? Shit. Well, I might just have to try and do this with the PlayStation. Thanks. I appreciate you joining in. Oh yeah, I have my PlayStation open, so what I was originally going to do, while I guess I wait for this app to try to open, is I was originally going to take the PlayStation camera, and since this like opens up, I was going to mount this on here. So I built this just the other day, just out of some scrap 1x2s, and so the PlayStation camera would mount down and also show me doing the build. That's why I used like this exact size of wood. But the downside is then it'd be the only camera, so you can only have one input source when you're using the PlayStation, which means you couldn't see me, or you couldn't see what I'm doing, or if I try to use lights, like I've got a bunch of lights and stuff behind me, I wouldn't be able to show any of that, because I'd just have the one camera facing downward. But I'm trying to open my phone video. Hey, that's why we're building this thing. After we do this, we shouldn't have these problems. I mean, the laptop that I'm doing this from as well is, I mean, also like 5 or 6 years old. So the fact that this is working right now, we're at 91.5% CPU source, and it hasn't even started playing my phone stuff yet. But I just had it open and was testing it on record. So I have a feeling once it's open, it should be working. But I had to force close it because it said it was frozen, so that probably didn't help. Okay. Let's open again. See if it'll actually connect this time. Good to see everybody joining in, though. This should be fun once I can actually get it going. Oh no. It's frozen again. So it worked fine when I was doing just the recording, but apparently when I'm in streaming mode... Here, I can stop the recording. Maybe that'll make it go better. Yeah, well, that just dropped CPU use down a little bit, at least. I really want the recording. Oh no, encoding overloaded. Consider turning down video settings or using a faster encoding. I can't change that live, can I? I mean, I guess I can just download it from Twitch, too. Shit. Maybe that's the problem, is it can't encode when it has all the other video inputs coming. But if none of my overlays work anyways, it might be fine just using the PlayStation stuff. I just won't be able to walk around or move the camera very much. And I'll have to end the stream and restart it, but... Yeah, I can't change the encoding settings while we're going either, and... The thing for my phone, like, it just keeps telling me to connect, and whenever I try to connect to it, the app freezes. So, thought I was doing a good thing by testing everything out beforehand on just recording, because I can't test it. I can't test the stream until I'm streaming. But I'm even running Ethernet on this thing, too. Well, fuck. I know this isn't the most entertaining right now, but I promise once this gets going, it should be fun. Yeah, it still says encoding overloaded. and the other thing is just Cam Studio that I use for connecting my phone is just frozen in the background. Oh, maybe? Signs of life? It took like 45 seconds for that just to pop up after I clicked on the thing. I could just use the webcam, I guess. It still says encoding overloaded, which isn't good. I promise we're going to try and make this work without having to end the stream. But if I switch over to the PlayStation, I think I have to do that. Here, I can play around with that while this is going. Uh-oh. Now OBS Studio says it's not responding. Ah. I'm just gonna start taking a video of what the fuck is actually happening on my end, so you can see the craziness that I'm dealing with here. Yeah. Not responding. Well, maybe while I just let this kind of play around in the background, I can at least show some of this stuff. So this is my setup, or my table that I have set up here. So the goal is to move the, is to move this stuff off and then put this, which I built, in the background so that I can have just the desktops right here. Or I'll probably just start with taking everything out of one. But I have a couple cans of air duster, a can of spray isopropyl, and then I have an actual big bottle of isopropyl, which I always keep like an extra glass. Like this is just kind of a shitty old cracked, like Jack Daniels glass actually. But I can fill that with isopropyl and then use brushy, just old toothbrushes and things if I need to. Oh, we got our settings. Okay, hold on. Let me see if we can... I don't think I can change any of this while we're live, but at least OBS seems to be responding now. Yeah. Shit. I can't change it while I'm live. Maybe I can turn down the bitrate a little bit. Okay, I could change the bitrate, which is nice. The downside is I can't really use my webcam, or I could try to mount my webcam up there, but then I'm functionally just doing the same thing as if I was only using my PlayStation camera. And it's unfortunate that I could, I guess, try to use... I was gonna say I could try to use one of the like kitchen cameras or something to show me, even though it froze the first time I was showing it. Damn, we are almost 25 minutes in. Yeah, I don't know why any of the overlays aren't working either. Like, maybe I screwed something up, because I copied and exported all my profile settings from my desktop before I shut everything down. Oh no. Yeah, shit. It says the wait completed due to an abandoned mutex. I don't know what the fuck that means. We'll try to force kill one more time. Because it started back up actually pretty fast after I force killed it, but it took like 30 seconds just to open the task manager to force kill it. Now it's taking a long time again. But it'll be a lot easier for me to show my setup, all the stuff I normally have, and I honestly want to show all the stuff that's behind me too. Like, I'm sitting in a little crappy camping chair thing because I don't want to be on the couch. I'm also wearing shoes, and I'll be putting on nitrile gloves when I start to work on the computer because, you know, you don't want, for like ESD protection, electrostatic discharge protection, you don't want to be building up static electricity on anything. Our task manager has frozen too now. Doing it live! Can I show, like, my background? Yeah, I think I can. Just so you can see what I see. Oh, maybe that'll be worse. Ah! Oh, God. But I'm not running very much, and it even just said that the app it told me to force close isn't even open. Oh God, it's open a bunch of times down here. Okay. Boop. Yeah, so this is what keeps popping up, just even though I'm not even clicking the open button anymore. Like, it's like opening itself and says that there's an abandoned mutex, which I don't know what the fuck that means. Maybe... Oh my God. At least it's starting to catch up. But this is what you have to go through in order to upgrade your old stuff and get it working. Maybe I'll kill the camo service too. Close. Okay. Crash pad handlers, that doesn't sound good. We're at 100% CPU. OBS Studio just going ham here. We'll try one more time here. Maybe. Yeah, I stopped the recording too, which sucks. Because I like showing the recording, or I like saving recordings. Maybe. We'll sip on some eggnog in the background. I'm keeping anything that's not in a closed container away from all the electronics. Maybe a little bit of eggnog will help. That's why you keep your stuff away from the electronics. Oh, you can see my other little camera mount thing that I've been playing around with and testing. This is actually pretty useful too. I can wrap this around that the stand I made as well. If I wanted to have cameras on both sides. So this little thing that I made is actually super useful. Have cameras going this way and going straight down. If I put this thing, put a little bearing on the bottom, I could have it spin, you know? Or maybe I'll just mount this, have it like start spinning around my head in my office. Get like a 360-degree view of my bald ass head. Shit. I mean, that message that popped up told me to restart, but I feel like when I look at my task manager, I think I'm just hitting the limits. For some reason, I can record just fine with this laptop, but I can't be encoding stuff for transmitting. Or the minute I hit start streaming, everything froze. But soon, we'll have a gaming computer that will also be a streaming computer, and we'll have a backup streaming computer that's been able to stream everything I've done thus far, which I'll put my 1070 Ti back in. I've got that in this case. Oh, it started up. I'm going to give it a second because we're at 100% CPU again before I try to connect. But I really want to show everything off with my phone because I set this all up. The reason I'm being so stubborn about this is I not only built this thing to hold, I technically built it with the idea that it could hold, like I showed earlier, you can clip the PlayStation camera on it, but then that's the only camera I have. And on top of that, then I also can't use this for my audio, which I think sounds significantly better. And it also helps filter out, like I have a fan behind me that's just blasting at my face because it gets a little warm. We'll give it just a couple more seconds here. It also says my Windows Explorer is using like 20% of my CPU, which doesn't make any fucking sense. Testing. Testing. Testing, testing. You can hear me now. And we have, it's only at like, it's a little choppy, but I think when I'm actually moving, or when I'm putting the stuff together, it's a little bit laggy, but I think that'll work. Okay. That took a long time. And hopefully it doesn't break. Okay, sweet. Well, we're just gonna do this. What actually seemed to help, just for anybody who has really old equipment, like me, is closing my browsers too. So that means there's probably not going to be any... Uh-oh. I also don't know why the chat box doesn't line up there. But we'll do this. I think this will work. Okay. So this is what I have on the table, which is what I was talking about earlier. And it's important to have, you know, a lot of stuff kind of ready to go when you're wanting to do this. So I mentioned I've got just an empty glass here that I can fill with isopropyl alcohol. And this is just the 99.9 ultra pure. Oops. Yeah, 99.9 ultra pure. We also have a spray version of this as well. And then just some air duster. And then I have just some small tools that can help, as well as a driver kit that also has a little tiny torque wrench in it, so I can make sure I'm not over torquing things. I did buy this thermal grease when I was at Micro Center. They told me it was great, but I usually use, and thank God I found some extra Arctic Silver AS5. So this is my favorite thermal paste. I even found one I hadn't fully finished using from before. But then I just keep some extra tools, and if anything really needs to be cleaned in the case, or you need to get into those little crevices, I just keep some nasty old toothbrushes. That's what I'll then dip in this isopropyl alcohol. But I also keep some nitrile gloves, so I'm going to put 2 of these on, because like I mentioned, since I am working over a carpet, I did actually drag everything out over into this area earlier, and was going to just do it over my floor. But this is just a much nicer work area, and you can see, you know, me with the webcam and other things right here in the background. So this will be my workspace, which I'm going to get cleaned up, and then I'm going to mount my phone, and hopefully not ruin anything, to my rig here. But what we're going to do first is take all the components out of this case, so that we can, oh, you can see Jackson's food over there too. We're going to take everything out of this case, and then I'm going to put those actually in the boxes. So I'd actually saved the old motherboard box, or I'll show why this is important too. Saving your old boxes can be really helpful, because you can save, like sometimes they'll come with extra screws and different things. So like these are the long mount screws you can use for different types of case components. Like this is just a box of random like case foot pads and screws. But like these have come in handy so many times. In fact, I even helped my friend John, who I've been playing Minecraft with, set up and install a new M2 drive in his computer. And I did that because I actually found that I had extra M2 heat shields and things from actually this computer. So I've done this for a couple of builds now. So you'll notice that I have like even old SATA cables, or I think I even have like a front mount, like if you have a computer that has one of those weird slots and you want to add extra USB things, but we're already on like USB 3.2 and beyond. But it's useful to save all these old cables, and then what I can do is actually put the old motherboard back in that box. But you can see I even have the old liquid cooler, old CPU. And what we're going to do is then install all of these components into the other case. So we're going to take all my old server stuff out of this case. Then we're going to put the components from the case and the computer I have been gaming and streaming with into that case. And then we'll put all the new components into the case that I have been using. With that said, you can also see how I have some of those cameras and things just kind of set up. I also have an extra light in case we need that. And that light will also perfectly fit right underneath and behind this mount that I made. So, without further ado, it's already a little behind. Fuck. Are we back? We are back. Okay. So, and I have this set up so that I can also like angle it a little bit if I need to. I don't know how well you can hear me when I'm not right next to the mic. Okay. I think that's how I had it set before. Oh, and this is Kapton tape. So this is like ESD tape you can use. You used to be able to like shuck, like take hard drives out of the like Western Digital and different Easy Store cases and then put them into your NAS or into your server, but there'd be certain pins and things that it would want you to block off. I'm also wearing shoes, so that was something else I mentioned. You want to kind of block off anything that might be generating any static charge when you're doing this kind of stuff. So put my tools right here next to me. I also had previously let some coworkers borrow this, so that's why I assume you might be able to read that. But these are my personal tools, so please put back if you use them. That's what it says. You didn't miss anything besides me trying to get my setup working with my old laptop, which did not go very well. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Okay, now, this is the real test. How much of that can you see? Not as much as I'd like. Okay. Well, let's try this mount. Or, actually, one moment. Yeah, I think that's how I had it before. So you should be able to see a good portion of it now, maybe. I'm not using an ESD mat. I am using gloves and shoes. But I do have an ESD mat with a discharge bracelet in my garage, which is where I'd actually prefer to be doing this. But I don't have, even by extending my Wi-Fi out there, I don't have all the setup to do the stream the same way that I can here. So, and for those who are also just coming in, I guess I can show this one more time. But I even built... But I built this little rig, whoops, which is what everything is mounted to. So you can hold my cameras and all that stuff. But I did that in the garage where I would prefer to be filming this from. Okay. That should be a good height where you can then see into all of this. I think actually I had it right like that. Maybe. Yeah, that looks good. And if anybody wants a close-up on anything, just let me know. I do have chat pulled up in the corner, or in the back. Yeah, I think that looks good. Looks pretty good to me. So I'll get my... For cleaning purposes, and some of this stuff probably will need to get cleaned out. This I haven't used in a really long time. This is actually, we'll see if I can set my mic up here. Yeah. This is my old desktop that I had before, actually a while before that one. And then I converted it into a server that ran Minecraft and a few other things. So this actually has an old GTX 760, which is what I had before the 1070 Ti. That we're going to be putting back into my old rig. Okay. But if anyone, like I said, does want close-ups or wants me to describe in detail anything that I am doing, let me know. And I can always just pop the phone down here and give a really detailed close-up on anything. But we're going to pretty much be taking this entire thing out. Look at that. So this actually, before this was my gaming graphics card. And then before it was the server graphics card, it was also technically an Ethereum mining GPU, which I wish I would have held on to all that stuff. But for those who also know me personally, know I evangelized the hell out of that stuff. So if nothing else, hopefully I got other people into it and helped them make some money off the ordeal. Yeah, this one came with like really crappy Wi-Fi, so I even installed what was at the time really fast Wi-Fi PCI on it. Which is now severely outdated. Okay, so I want to save all of this because we're going to reuse these. But that's another reason it's good to save some of your old stuff. Here, I'll show this too. So I actually have the old cables. Oh no, this is from the other one. This is from my new one. But I have the old cables from that power supply, just in case I need any extras. And I was going through all of this while looking for the extender for the 24-pin ATX stuff. But I save even like the old, like this is from one of my oldest builds, and I have like a bunch of the old case components and even more Kapton tape and other screwdriver sets and stuff. But it's useful to save some of these things because you never know. Like same thing when I was just helping my friend install new M2 drives in his desktop. Like you never know when you're gonna need some of those cables. And anything that gets like severely outdated, like some of this stuff I'm even pulling out of here, we aren't going to reuse. Oh, yeah, these little guys. Okay. Sysfan. Sysfan 2. But the reason I'm not paying super close attention to where even some of these power cables are ran is because I'm going to be installing that whole other motherboard in here. And so some of this doesn't really matter as much because it's going to have a new configuration. But some of these, even though it's semi-modular, some of these don't actually fully come out. I can take these old drives out too. But I also have a couple of, so this is, instead of just, this is microfiber to clean anything on the case side, but for anything on the electronic side, I also have these silicone cloths. And I actually originally got these for like some gunsmithing stuff, but they work really well when dipped in isopropyl or sprayed with isopropyl for cleaning computer components too. So I shouldn't actually need any of these SATA cables because on my old system, I have everything running off of M2 drives. I do have a 2.5-inch SSD in there that actually used to run my OS before I upgraded to M2s. Yeah, so this also is older and doesn't have, like, you have to manually plug in all the power switch, reset switch. I don't know how well you can read those. Hopefully you can kind of read it. Should still be outputting in 1080. But what I'll do before we actually take all of this out is flip it up and take some of these cables out from the backside. Okay, I think that's all of our power cables. Shouldn't have anything fully loose. I can take the RAM out too first. But you can see I didn't really give a shit about cable management for this one. We're going to have to for the new one just because of how the new water cooler is going to be set up in it. Oh yeah. 64 gigs of RAM via 2 sticks there. I think that's how I have my new one set up as too. Uh-oh, we're moving the rig. You still see that okay? How's Donnie? He's doing pretty well. He just returned to Twitch himself the other night and got 100 subscribers on his very first night back. Which is pretty amazing. But he's actually one of the people that I was talking to right when getting started that really, you know, was not only supportive, but had really good ideas or was talking about this kind of stuff. Because when we were hanging out and we were talking about upgrading his computer and changing his M2 drive and stuff, and he was saying it, you know, seemed daunting getting into some of this. The more we talked, I just went over to his place, helped him do it, and then he was the one who actually suggested doing streams like this. Okay. So the other benefit of having a little cup that you can fill with isopropyl is it can double and serve as a screw holder. He was really active during COVID, and he's actually had a bunch of really cool acting gigs and some really cool shows he's put on. So he's gained a really, grown a really large following on Twitter and Instagram and TikTok and different platforms. But he also just completely upgraded, or that's why I was helping him upgrade his computer, because he just upgraded his whole setup, including even like LED panels and stuff for his office space, and had a really, really good return. Like his first night back, like I was saying just 2 days ago, he set an ambitious goal of 100 subscribers to, I think his title said, to become a full-time streamer, and he hit it on his first night. Uh-oh. CatCam! I was hoping I could switch back and forth to show Jackson off and stuff, but I don't know how much that's gonna, like, freeze things. What happens when I do this? Can I do this? Does this work? Can you see my cat playing around with my cables and stuff here? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've gotten together a couple times. He's been in LA longer than me, technically. Like, I lived in Orange County. No, buddy. Not toys. He moved out here when I was working at SpaceX, actually, and commuting from Orange County to LA. And so we didn't get together, actually, until just recently. But he's been in LA for a few years. Cat sees all this stuff as toys. Aww. But yeah, another good thing to clear out from the space is any cat toys or things that can also build up charge. Okay, we'll go back to this. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, it's also because I'm running it into this laptop that needs to just die. But part of the reason I'm not just wanting to get rid of a bunch of this stuff, or same with that, is I can technically build my other computer, well, I'm going to build my other computer in here, and then that can function as either a streaming computer or just a backup for anything I might want to do in the living room, or something that can even just connect to my NAS, which I have set up separately in my office. So what I'm doing also, just to describe and explain what I'm doing, so I disconnected all of these from these drives. This also technically has Blu-ray read writer and a Blu-ray player, but I'm taking all of these, as well as the serial ATA power cables, and just setting them aside, because I'm probably not going to need a lot of those when I put my other system in here, since, like I said, everything runs off of M2 drives. I guess I missed that one, which runs through here. We might be able to route that through. But this also used to be a water-cooled system, and then I took the water cooler out of this and put that into there when I turned this into my kind of ghetto server. Okay, so I think the next thing I want to do, I can take the motherboard out with the CPU on, which I think is what I'm going to do, because I don't really want to disconnect. For this one, the fans just clip on, which is sometimes good to then use your little pry tools. Or why, like, I have some of these just kind of, they're not in the technically correct slots for this, but the tools I use the most often, so I don't want to bend the radiator fins on this, I keep in just this little, so you can then just pop in, pop out. This also has an extender, so it can like extend out. You can set like direction, so it can only go one way, or only go the other way, which is nice. So getting a good set of tools is honestly crucial for a lot of this stuff. Just as important as knowing how to do this stuff. Which someone asked the other day on stream how I learned how to do a lot of this. I did build my very, very first computer with my dad a really, really long time ago. But most of the stuff I've learned about a lot of these things, I've honestly just learned by watching YouTube videos and other people online. So, with all of our power cables out now, I can actually probably pull most of these too. But these are my old drives too, before the solid state days, Western Digital Black, 2 terabyte. This actually used to be completely full. We've got a 3,000 or 3 terabyte Seagate Barracuda 7200. Actually, 2 of those. But I liked this little hard drive hot swap rack, which isn't truly hot swap, like my Synology and like the custom NAS stuff I've built. These are hot swap actually, because you can just push on these and pull out like the Blu-ray drive right like that. So I do like that part. But my other case, although you can get a front that has the ability to put these in, I don't really use that anymore, so we're not doing that. Well, it's good to know that the Stream Elements, like the Stream Elements overlay isn't working, even though if I switch to show you like just to continue showing what I see, like I have the overlay here, and it even showed up, like the timer showed up until I actually went live, and then it just disappeared. But like the little overlay where it should have my subscriber goal, and hopefully if people are following or some of those things, like I have the audio on my laptop, but I don't know if any of that's going to work if the overlay is not working. I assume it might, but I'm not sure. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, just to continue explaining it, is unscrew the motherboard. And just kind of like your lug nuts on your car, when you're putting this on, you should always screw these things in a star pattern. But when I'm unscrewing it, and for this board that I'm probably not going to use unless I want to make like a garage audio build or something, I guess I could technically connect to the NAS and stuff or play media from my garage. The man cave, the bat cave. But yeah, in terms of other kind of prep tips, it's always good to wear comfy clothes. So I'm wearing a comfy shirt that I don't mind getting dirty. In fact, I've already gotten some oil and other things on it. And then same thing for pants and shorts or whatever. You want to make sure you're comfy when you're doing this stuff and don't have to worry about, like I wouldn't recommend wearing like sweats or other stuff that can build up static. And as Gorm Dini said or asked, you really should, if you are doing something like this on carpet, in addition, if you want to be extra safe, is wearing, I have an ESD mat, but also wearing like a ground strap that connects to that mat so that any charge you do build up just gets automatically discharged. But the disassembly is really easy. 3. If this is too dark in here too on any of the parts, I guess you can't really see where I am taking things out. I have a flashlight that I can use to light things up more, but I also have this bad boy, which makes things really hot, but I can mount like this, like that. Actually, that looks pretty good. That might be too bright. Does that help a little bit? How well is that centered? Yeah, it's too bright. Okay, we don't need that just yet, but if it does get too dark or anything, let me know. So I want to show off as much of this as I can. Instead of just like my knees and shit. But I think that is all the screws. Yep. So just like that. So if I wanted to take the CPU off, which I don't right now, that would be the only other thing we'd have to disassemble from this system. But that is my old one. So we'll pull the rest of these cables out. And then what we can do is take everything out of my other case. Just give a little bit closer up. So I'm going to take some of these cables out. I'll be able to plug these directly in. Whoops, I think it changed. Yeah, there we go. Go back to the wide view. But I'm going to take some of these cables out that I know I'm not going to need, and then these will be able to plug directly into the motherboard. So I don't really care too much about these, but I guess I can just run some SATA cables to them and plug them in just to see. But I'm also going to get this just put a little isopropyl on it and wipe down some of these other wires real quick, just so it's clean and nice and dust-free before we start putting everything back together with the new components, or the new old components. You can see more of Jackson's toys in the corner there too. Hopefully you can hear me while I'm sitting up here and not talking directly into the mic. What's really that sensitive? To show what I'm doing here, just splashing a little tiny bit. Like, you don't need a lot of isopropyl. But I missed maybe what you were asking about. Oh yeah, static, especially on, I mean, here, I'll just to show how tiny a lot of the resistors, like I used to think I was good at soldering and that I was good at doing like PCBA, or like what these are just printed circuit boards, you know, the motherboards are. And the components that are on them compared to a lot of consumer, well, I guess I say compared to a lot of consumer electronics, outside of a lot of this, like phones and other smaller computing devices, I mean, like PC motherboards have been, for the longest time actually, before smartphones and things, hard to manufacture in a lot of ways because even the components on them outside of the CPU are really small, like the resistors on them and things. Like if you're working on like car stereos or you're working on other types of stuff, like you'll normally have like 0805s and you'll get into some bigger components, but like these are 0201s and then there's like 0304s all throughout this, but they use, like these are put together on what they call like pick and pull machines. Like it's mostly automated systems that are actually, I don't know if that's actually adjusting or refocusing. Doesn't look like it is. But the components that are on the motherboard in your computer are extremely small, and static charge can damage them. Or, you know, there's a lot of fault tolerance built into these things as well, but it's not good to get, you know, static charge or, you know, water and things on them. It can be very bad. But the other benefit of having these towels, too, is if you do use the spray isopropyl so you don't get it all over your carpet or your living room, if you're doing it like I am, even though this is very much like a bachelor pad, is you can just put the towel down where you spray, and then it shouldn't really have any leak or runoff. Okay. So yeah, so this is now fully out. Surprised that that little 2032 battery held up for like 7 years too. Because the processor in that thing is a 3770K, so that is an even older system. While we're at it, we'll take out our dust tray. So I actually kept this thing pretty clean, considering how old it is, and the fact that it sat on my floor right underneath my current build in server racks because I didn't want to take up space with it since it wasn't powered on. But I kept it pretty clean. It's not too dusty. I was a little worried. But I've already backed up all these drives, but just to be safe, I'm going to take them and also put them over with there. But yeah, even when I'm putting those on, I don't know if I can lift it up that much. I can just take it off. But even when I'm putting those on is on top of my old computer case. So they're just sitting on cardboard rather than on my, you know, couch or something that can also get static on it. I want it to go up more, like that. There we go. Because my other case is wider too. So I might need to change the orientation of this setup for the next one. But if things are really dirty, that's what I was saying, I can just pour some isopropyl in here. Like I'll just put isopropyl alcohol straight in here. And then I have like, you can even see on this toothbrush, it's all like grimy. And then I have a cleaner one that I actually keep in like its little travel case thing that I use. It's a little dirty, but I use that after I've cleaned with this just to dry and make sure there's no dust and stuff. that gets a little into OCD territory, just like wire management stuff that I didn't mess with for this one, but that I will for the new one. All right, so now I'll take the rest of these wires out, which I will do with it standing. Although we'll need the 24 pin, we'll need the case, but I won't need the SATA cable. But like even these wires on the side here, can you see that? Yeah, like even these, technically, like there's little wire guides, little wire channels you can kind of see like down here. Here, this is kind of hard to do solo, but if you see like these holes down here, if I really wanted to be OCD about it, I could take these completely out and then route them through these channels so that they like pop in, so they're completely kind of hidden. And you can also bend back, if you see this little metal thing, this is also like a wire retainer, so you can bend these tabs out and put wires in there and then bend them back up. But I'm not that crazy, and since this is going to be a backup build, I'm not trying to get too insane with it. I don't want this stream to be like 5 hours just of me doing cable management, since I do need to also get Windows installed and get all the gaming stuff back up so that I can start gaming again tomorrow. I could do another stream on that if that's also something that people would be interested in. Here, I'll adjust this right now, actually. Can you see all of that? There we go. Much better. Okay, so I have all the SATA cables pulled out. So now we just have, this is the cable for this fan that's down here. This is the cable for this fan that's right here. This is the main USB 3.0 cable for the front point. And then I should still have, yeah, this is the 24 pin cable for the motherboard. I don't know what this is. Oh, 1394. So this is actually a FireWire cable that's also for a front port that is so ancient, I hope I never have to connect anything over FireWire ever again in my life. And I'm just wiping these off, making sure it all looks clean for our new old stuff here in a second. Okay, but I'm going to set this aside, because what we're going to do is take everything out of my old case, or the case I've been gaming out of, and then put all the stuff in here. So I will want to pay much closer attention to where power cables are, and like where the case cables and things are, because we're going to have to plug all that back in really quickly. But that was pretty fast. That took almost as much time as me getting my cameras up and running. So this is the case I've been using and that I've been playing out of. And I really like this case. Or as I was saying before, I was thinking of having to get a new one with the new build stuff, but this case actually has on the front here the ability to support a large 360 millimeter fan. So that one is a little bit dustier, but not too bad. I was thinking I might have to go outside and use the air duster to blow all this off, but this actually looks pretty clean. Just a little bit of top surface dust. also, right next to me is this guy. Being very cute. CatCam! He likes hanging out. Okay. Hopefully you can still see me okay. But what I was originally thinking was that I could mount, because this looks long enough along the top to mount the radiator for my new water cooler. And people do say you can kind of do it, but then you're just using the mount holes. Like you can see for this one, I have 6 screws. So the other one obviously wants more and wants you to have all portions of it fully supported. But there are some people who just rig it up to only mount along the top parts on that one, which doesn't seem to be as ideal. Some more isopropyl here. So again, just dabbing this. Not a lot. And I'm cleaning off this dust screen that goes on the top, and then I'll wipe down the case parts too. I'll have to vacuum tomorrow as well. If I really wanted to be extra, I could be wearing a mask right now too, just to make sure I'm not breathing in any of this dust. When we're fully done, we're also going to get to peel. I never took the tempered glass off, or the cover for the tempered glass for this. I'll show it. So I still have a cover on this, so we'll peel that off once we get the new build done. That peeling feeling. It wouldn't have been the least. I mean, the nicer cases, or honestly, even just rebuying this case is like $120, and the Leanne Lee ones that are kind of designed for the cooler and some of the stuff I have are like $180, $160. Micro Center had some of the smaller ones on sale, but I mean, with the CPU motherboard combo, like the RAM was cheaper. I mean, I really only paid like $100 and some for the motherboard, and like the motherboard CPU RAM combo was only $499. So adding another 120 or 160 when I was actually planning and thinking of putting everything in that other case. Like the other case I have is technically larger. It just doesn't have the area to support this massive, like this thing is fucking huge. It's like almost as big as my case. So a new case would have been nice, and maybe one day I will upgrade. But I didn't need it. I technically have a whole nother case in my garage that's from a dead Z820 HP, because the server that I built was Frankensteined out of HP Z820 and HP Z840 parts. Yeah, this is actually pretty clean. I thought this might be dusty as hell, because when I changed my video card, there was a good amount of dust on the front side. But yeah, you can see my really not great cable management on this, which we'll probably want to redo a little bit of, because I'm going to have to run. Like, I just kind of bundled everything up down here, but the new cooler is actually going to run all the way down here. So I might even have to pull some of this stuff out. Damn, yeah, I didn't do a very good job. There's like a little rat's nest down there, but we'll deal with that from the other side. Stuff all that back in here for when I flip this around. Wah! I think this also just pops off, right? Yeah. So this top part just pops off as well. My old one's an NZXT. The cooler I'm about to take out of this thing, is the Kraken X52, which some people talk shit on online, but I actually liked it. I mean, it served me well for almost 5 years. Okay, I am actually going to take this outside really quick and blow off these fans, because I don't want to just wipe all that in my living room. I will be right back. Stay there, friend. Okay. I need a helper who can follow me around with cameras and shit. All right. So, I will have to pull some of the stuff out from the bottom on that side, but this is the benefit of this case compared to my other one. As you can see, my other one, the board mounts pretty close to the end, and it doesn't have, like, what I was thinking is I'd be able to mount my case all along here, but you can already see how close it is to the RAM, and so it doesn't clear right here, and even though it does have the space to fit technically 360 millimeters here at the top, there's no mounting holes on this. So there are people that talked about, like, you can zip tie stuff here, or even drill holes and stuff, but fuck it. Like, it'll fit right here, right behind these fans. Like, I have these 3 fans on the front too, right behind. I guess you can't really see where my hand is right now, but I have those 3 fans that go all the way along. The downside is I just need to reroute a bunch of the cables because my cable management is not ideal. Okay. This is the new Beast 4070 we just got. And I'm just cleaning out these fans really quick where I blew them out. You can, if you fold your microfiber in a couple times, you can then just kind of slot it in very gently. You don't want to pull on them because you can fuck up the bearings. But usually just sliding the microfiber, this is technically a silicone towel that, I don't know if it's against TOS or not. Paper clip it? Yeah. Yeah, heatsink's thick. I mean, honestly, even this thing's kind of a beast. Like, how thick it is. I mean, getting to the RAM slots, I have to, like, run my finger underneath here. Like, if you look at... it looks like it's just at an angle, but even when I angle it up, like, it straight up butts right up against the RAM. Okay, so for this, since we're going to be putting all of this in that, I've got the ability, I'll just take one of those fans actually out that's mounted to the top part. So we're going to actually set this up the exact same, but I might need to take, I think I used a power adapter. Yeah, I used like a little extender right here that powers these fans. So I might need to remove this because it turns, I think, one 4-pin into a bunch of 3-pins. So we might need to take that out. Yeah, and there's both of those. And this is our USB 3.0 for the front. And then, yeah, you can see down here on the bottom is the only non-M2 drive I have is just a 500 gig, 2.5 inch serial ATA Samsung 860 Pro. But I'll actually keep that there. Maybe we'll clean it off. Okay, so even though my cable management didn't look as pretty, it's actually not too bad inside. And same thing for this. To get to the release, I have to reach like underneath. It's crazy. Coming around. Can you even see the back end of this? Yeah, you can kind of. Yeah, I love this graphics card. It's no 4090, but it's a massive upgrade from the 1070. Like, night and day. Okay, are we fully released? Nope. But it's also a thick boy, way thicker than the other one I had. So I'm going to actually put this up here. For safekeeping. Oh yeah, good to have a separate towel if you start getting a little sweaty or anything. To wipe your face. You don't want to sweat on your motherboard either. Okay, I am going to take the cooler off from this one though, because I want to change the thermal paste on it. We're going to put it in the new case. We might as well change the paste. Just undoing the rest of these SATA cables. Yeah, I can definitely power or cable manage way better. Same as with the 24-pin stuff. Like I have the extender. So what we'll try and do, I actually did run that underneath, but what I'll try and do is run everything. So like all of these cables along the back side and then have them all pop out right in the middle because I'm not going to have any of this space that's right here once I add that new cooler since it's fucking massive. And I'm leaving the case cables plugged in right now because I'm going to take an actual picture of it. Like that's another thing that's always good, especially before you start taking things apart, or if it's like one of your first times, is take a photo of the stuff before you put it in the case, and then you can always reference back to it, or your motherboard's going to come with instructions on even how to plug in all of the, you know, different front USB, all of those cables and things. But if you want to see what cases or what cables your case comes with, or what case kind of recommendations and things there are, you can always just, you know, take pictures and then look back so that if you get confused or fuck something up, you don't have to like unplug everything and try to start from scratch. It's kind of like Legos. Like you might have like the instructions, but if you get started and it's a big build or you're confused, or if you like stop and come back to it, you don't want to be completely lost. Okay. Yeah, you can even see how dirty this thing's starting to get. Trying to just do most of the dirt on one side and the wiping on the other, but it gets pretty dirty pretty fast, even though this thing was relatively clean. All right, so SATA cable, SATA cable, SATA cable. Those can just straight up come out. What is that snag on? And then this should come out too. These are usually just like grommets. It might have a stopper on the other side, but like these grommets can come out that can help, and then you can push them back down when you're ready to route your cables. Keep our SATA ones from this one. Okay, so I really, besides the USB 3.0 and our 24-pin header and the serial ATA cables, the only other... Oh, man. When it comes to connectors, it's always better to just go slow. If you get frustrated or start yanking and you, like, snap these connectors and stuff off, like, this connector is still going to have to connect to that extender if I want to try and run this down. So you don't ever want to break that stuff. All right, now the tricky part with this cooler is getting the RAM out. But this, I prefer this RAM. I would have actually preferred to get this RAM, but the deal that's at... Yeah. Well, that's why I was looking at, even people like this case, even for the 360 millimeter radiators, but they do a lot of, like, kind of jank. Like, they'll just drill holes right here. Like at the top, can you see where my hand is? Yeah, you kind of can. They'll drill holes up here or just run huge zip ties, which I know that like this thing even came with zip ties. Where are they? Like one of the baggies for it even has a bunch of zip ties in it, but I prefer to use these, you know, to zip tie the cables, you know, like these cables together so it looks clean, not to hold my freaking, especially anything that has fans that run at really high speeds. I feel like that can screw the bearings up, or you know, you don't zip tie your wheel bearings and shit in place. Like, you wouldn't want to zip tie your case fan stuff in place. I don't know. That's just me. All right. So I think that's all of our cables besides this. And I'll have to take this out to get to that. And then, yeah, what's nice about this compared to the other case, where it had, you know, all the audio things individually, and you have to plug in each of these little wires, is this came with one where it's just audio, they're all like kind of plugged in. They make adapters for some of this stuff, but I like on this case where you didn't have to do all of that. Or actually, this is one of those adapters. So you can see, maybe I can get a little bit closer here. You can see that instead of having to do refocus, I don't know if that's going to refocus for some reason. Try one more time. Yeah, you can kind of read it there. Power LED, CI, like restart, and the hard drive indicator light. So you can plug those individual wires into like this adapter, so I don't have like all the indicator light stuff plugged in, but you can plug those in here, and then that'll plug in to your big socket, so you don't have to plug all of those in individually like I did on my other PC. Oh, whoops. Wrong way. Uh-oh. Our video froze. Uh-oh. But what I was starting to say is, yeah, definitely post that pic in Discord. I like this RAM a little bit better than the RAM that came with that bundle, but it's still DDR5 like 5000. So even though the new motherboard can support up to like 7200 overclocked, the higher speeds, I mean, this is just DDR4 like 3600. So the new stuff is still going to be a significant upgrade. Yeah, so you can see how this grommet kind of opens up if you need to run the wires and then press the grommet back in. But actually, I originally got this motherboard and a bunch of these components because this was an old Hackintosh build. Technically, so was the old one, the 3770K and the 760, back when Apple supported NVIDIA graphics cards and more Intel chipsets before they started making their own. I ran macOS on both of these machines. And then I converted that to a triple boot where it was running macOS, Linux Mint, and Windows. And then I converted it to just running Linux Mint when I built this, which was running macOS and Windows. I have put Linux Mint on this, but I usually just boot it. I don't, run it as an install or it's not like an install partition. Okay, so this has screws on the top, which we'll take out very carefully. I also have a little magnetic carrier or like holder that you can put your screws and stuff in as you're working. It's actually one that I had from when I was working on cars, which I also miss doing. I really want to get a project car, like an old 70s Corolla GT, ones that look kind of like the fastback Mustangs. But it's crazy how expensive even that stuff's getting. So you can see I put my hand in there right as that last screw came loose because I don't want this to fall down onto the board. But this should just lift out now that I've taken all those power cables off. And you want to be careful with this since we're going to be reusing it. And I'm going to set it aside. I'm actually going to take this out and blow it off too. But these are the other power cables I was mentioning that you need to be really careful with because this is actually the cable that powers the cooler. So I'll put this actually over here with this other case. But if I had a helper, I'd be like, keep your hands on that, don't let it fall. And then same thing, kind of the star pattern, or depending, it's usually just 4 screws for CPU coolers, but you want to, tighten, 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 go in the cross pattern, star pattern. I guess star is more if you have 5 or more. But also looking at even the adapters for if I wanted to reuse Eagle Talon. Yeah, so I had technically 2 Eagle Talons. I had a Mitsubishi Eclipse that I got for $700 from a guy that I worked with when I worked at the mall in high school. That was my second car. Actually, my first car was a Bronco. Those are also getting expensive. It was a Bronco 2, actually. 1984 Bronco 2 that I got because my grandma blew the engine in it, and they were just going to get rid of it. That was kind of the deal, is I had to learn how to fix it. And so then I got T-boned in that thing. And one of the coworkers I had since I started working pretty early in high school had actually that first one was a Mitsubishi Eclipse GSX. It was a 91. And he blew the tranny in it. Like, it would only go in reverse. Woo! And so rebuilt the engine in that. I actually got a salvage engine that was rebuilt. Oh, crap. I did a bad thing. I didn't remove one of the wires, I guess. Rebuilt the engine in that, and then sold that, and got a 1995 Talon TSI that also needed a bunch of work. Shit. How am I going to do this? Okay. What I'm doing right here is maybe not the best advice. We don't have any other loose components though, right? No. But I'm one-handing this, which is not great. And again, we're reusing this, so I want to be careful. Oh yeah, so this is the extender that I had to use, not the other one. But I love working on cars. I miss that. Like even the car I was talking about the other night that I drove out to California in, if I went through all the cars I've had, it would take forever. Because even after that Talon, I had an 89 Mustang that I put a 2.3 turbo from Thunderbird inside of. And then I had a Nissan Sentra. Actually, I got the Sentra while I was working at an auto parts store because the Mustang was taking longer to get working than I'd anticipated. That's also why it's important to make sure all your wires are removed beforehand, folks. And then I had a Honda Accord that somebody, when I worked at Firestone, just was so upset about how much it was going to cost to repair. They got a second opinion and then brought it back, and then originally told us that we could do the work, and then they just like said, just kidding, I can't afford it, and so they left it and abandoned it. So I had to like track them down, and then eventually got the title and worked on that. And then I drove to Fayetteville, Arkansas with a friend to pick up a 1989 BMW that had a failing fuel pump, but it would drive like 50 miles before the fuel pump would overheat. And so I did that. I drove like 50 miles, let it overheat, and then stopped and let it cool off. Thankfully, my friend who drove with me, like, kind of waited for me most of the way. They finally asked, we're like, are you okay? Are you sure you're going to be okay getting back? I was like, yeah, you just go ahead and go on home. But that's the car that I drove all the way to California with. And then I had a Ford Explorer that I blew the tranny in. And then I had, the heat shrink came off this. Bummer. Then I had a 2003 Ford Escape that I got from a friend in Texas. So I had one of the craziest drives too. I drove from California to Kansas with a friend who was actually in here not that long ago in chat. Same as the person that I got the Ford Escape from. But drove from California to Kansas, and then from Kansas to Gulf Shores, Alabama, so coast to coast, and then from Gulf Shores, Alabama, back to Kansas, and then Kansas to Austin, Texas, and then Austin, Texas, back to California. So I did coast to coast to coast, while actually going all the way south, technically to the south coast, to Austin as well. So that was one of the longest. Driving back from Austin after doing that trek, like, at least I had a friend with me when we went from California to Kansas the first time, and had a bunch of friends with me when I went from Kansas to Alabama. But when I went from Austin back to California, that like last coast to coast trek, like, I was so fucking beat. I actually had a cop yell at me because I was sleeping at a rest stop. I was like, it's called a rest stop. I can't fucking rest here? They're like, you can't sleep. It's dangerous. That doesn't make any fucking sense, man. I mean, I get it now, but at the time, I was just like, it's a rest stop. Why can't I stop and rest here? What the fucking, name it something different then. Make it make sense. All right. I'm getting distracted. In a good way. Story time, computer building. All right, so we have all the old components out. I do want to clean off the CPU because I'm not actually going to fully remove that. I'm also going to change my gloves because I actually just tore my thumb and some like sweat dripped out of it. So if you ever get gloves and they start to look like this, if you're ever wearing these gloves, yeah, I mean, just like computers, I could talk about all the computers that I've worked on and the computers I built. Like, when I say I've built a dozen computers, it's not all for me. Like, I'm not rich or I'm not, like, extremely well off and don't just build a computer every year. But I worked for an engineering consulting firm that was pretty scrappy. Like, I joined really early on, and we wanted to build all new machines that everyone there could use and run, like, Altium and SolidWorks and some pretty graphics-intensive, like, processing-intensive applications. And so we just bought components for 12 computers, and we didn't really have a full-time IT person at the time, and so I just went ahead and put it all together. But I love this shit. I could do this. If this paid enough for me to keep this house, I would do this full-time. Instead, I'll stream doing this. I mean, and if there's anybody who's in chat and wants me to build them a computer, I'll stream it. You can watch me do it. So that if I do sweat on your build or have to one-hand your cooler, you can give me shit, or maybe I'll have to give you a discount. Oh yeah, whoops, before I fully take this out, I do want to clean clean the processor off because I'm not gonna fully take the processor out. Welcome, welcome. Oh, is it Gobble, Lloyd? Yeah, I've also, until people use their names, I've been trying to be good about, I also need to change my gloves. Been trying to not use other people's names. But I will be right back. I'm just gonna wash my hands and change my gloves. Actually, we'll see if those other cameras are frozen still. Can I go to the bat screen? Yeah, they do all have kind of a different delay. Cheers with some eggnog in the background. Don't forget to follow if you're new in here. If you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe for free too. Save the stream house! Save the stream house! Save the stream house! I guess that's a bad Back to the Future impression. Okay. Whoa. So where these really come in handy is cleaning off thermal paste and stuff. My mic's not muted, is it? Bunch of shenanigans going on in here. Yeah, it's not muted. And you don't have any duplicate audio? This is the first time I've ever used this laptop, which I will hopefully, never use again. New rig! Welcome back, Carlos. Uh-oh. It's not letting me change back to the other... Fuck. Did I break it? No. I didn't... Oh, no! It's just severely lagging. Yeah. We're gonna destroy this laptop Office Space style when we're done. Well, the chat's fitting in there now, but it looks like it keeps switching back. Yeah, so I'm not touching anything right now, and it looks like it's switching back. Fuck. Oh, I know what it is. It's the RAM. Haha. There we go. All right, sorry for all that. Technically, this is the old rig, but we took out all the components from the case that we're going to put this stuff in to make a new rig. Oh shit, I also put that duster right in front of the other camera. Sorry. If you want to drive up to California, or if you want a free GTX 760 that used to work in the mines, I'm still so pissed. Like, for other people who are in here who've known me for a really long time, like, I was evangelizing crypto. I was an annoying crypto bro before it was cool. But I was also a poor graduate student, and so I did not keep all of that. Alright, yeah, I sold almost all of it. Which is unfortunate. Why... we're not just building the most badass shit all the time here. But these old toothbrushes, like I was saying, if you put some isopropyl in a cup, you can use brushy brushy. That way you also don't get it fucking everywhere. And it wipes off really easily. Cool. So I'm going to lift this up just to get any of that excess out of there too. And to wipe out the underside of this. But we don't really need to de-socket the CPU. But welcome in. And thank you if anybody has been following. I can't really tell, because even though I have the sound on, it doesn't look like my overlays are working with the laptop. Like, I don't know how the backgrounds and stuff are, but the overlays aren't. It's unclear to me how the images and shit can work, but the sounds and alerts won't. Or same thing with, like, my Save the Stream House goal and, like, some of the subscriber goals and stuff. Like, I see the default Twitch one, but I don't see any of the Stream Elements ones. Big sad. So now I'm just taking a little bit of excess isopropyl and wiping down this area where a little bit of that splashed from the brushing. Nobody wants excess thermal paste anywhere. These capacitors and resistors definitely don't like it. Well, it's not going to really hurt that much if it's just like on top, but if you want to be really OCD, we'll wipe out a little cage. But yeah, also when I was talking about getting a new cooler, you can get LGA 1700 adapters for like the Kraken X52 and the one that I was using on this, but they're like $25. I guess some people gave them out for free for a little while when the 1700 chipsets, like the 12th gen stuff, first came out, but now they charge like 25 bucks for them, and you can get whole new coolers. Like I got that giant 360 Lian Li. Now it was like $50 off, but for 100 bucks itself. So same thing, like even all that stuff was way cheaper than the cooler, or way cheaper than a new case. And if I was gonna get a case plus a adapter for my existing cooler, the new chipsets, the 14th gen, like what we're gonna be installing in this thing, are known to run hot. So people do recommend getting nicer coolers for them. But B, like, I'm not going to spend a quarter of the price of a nicer, bigger, better cooler on just an adapter for my 5-year-old one. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. Getting all the little tiny bits. So we'll take this out now, wipe it down real well, and then put this all in that other case. Oh, I also need to take, before I forget, I do need to take these M2 drives out. I need to go down the size. I will need to get, I guess, or I could probably just use one of my other old SSDs, but if I am going to use this as a backup, I'm going to need to get another M2 drive, I suppose. Okay. And also, before I take all this out, I can just resocket this too. Make sure it clicks on both sides. Cool. All right, I think that's everything out of this. She served me well. I think I also installed a custom backing plate. Not custom, but I installed the one like that the motherboard came with. I'm gonna have to pull that out too. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it, Gobble D. And the other 87 people, 88 now, who've followed in the last couple months. Saying yesterday, it's pretty awesome how fast some of that stuff has come up, or getting to affiliate in just the first few weeks. And getting so many followers and even almost 10 subscribers too in the first couple months has been awesome. Oh, the plate came with it. Nice. Okay. So we'll wipe this down really well. Now that it's out, get the dust from the sides, like this stuff where it's like built up right here by the backing plate and stuff. But you want all of the old thermal paste to be off, or you want the CPU to be super, super clean before you apply anything new. And I'm going to wait to do that until I have it in the old case. It's actually pretty clean. Pretty good. Nothing sticky, no water damage. Nothing crazy on the bottom side. All right. So now we'll wipe this out, and then I'll clean off that old water cooler, and we'll put all of this in that other system, or in that other case. And then we'll put all the new stuff right in here, which I'll have to pull some of these wires out. And I think I might even, well, I don't know exactly what order I want to put some of the stuff in, but I am a little bit worried when I read the instructions or some of the recommendations on the new water cooler, given its massive, like insanely massive size. Because it's going to take up, I think, like this entire space that was being unused. But I also learned recently that the Prime subscription stuff, like you have to renew every month. That's kind of stupid too. Like even for the one I used, like you can't, I didn't subscribe to myself, you can't do that, but I used one with somebody else and then realized I had to like manually renew it, which is kind of a pain in the ass. Sorry to anybody who has been or is a Prime sub. If you also get that reminder. I'm not sure why they do it that way either. I guess to encourage you to maybe like spread the love to others. But it's not like it costs anything. Okay. It's a pretty good pass. Maybe go through it one more time before we put the new components in. I should just leave it like this. This would probably be really good airflow, right? Like that, and then like this. I think that, you know, if we want max airflow, it won't look cool, but how much better can you get in terms of that for airflow? Oh, shit. Well, that's unfortunate. And that's also why I was saying it's good to use those little, like, metal holders. I'm not usually a huge fan of putting computer components near magnetic stuff, but now that drives aren't really magnetic, it's not a huge, huge deal. Okay. So I'm going to clean off all the thermal paste from this as well. While being extremely careful not to bend these tubes. And I promise I won't be drawing any penises. Somebody was joking with me earlier about penis. They also called the thermal paste glue. Doing a penis shape for the new thermal paste. Oh, and I didn't show this on the CPU side, but what I've been doing is just using this one side for wiping this down so that I have a clean corner that I can use to put when you saw me pour the isopropyl on it directly, that I could use to wipe it down once I have it mostly clean. Because you really don't want any dust and dirt. Or when I apply new thermal paste, I'll also, hit it with the compressed air before we actually put anything metal to metal. Every micron matters. And honestly, that's also where using gloves and stuff comes into play, because even the oils from your skin and things can remain on the metal, and you don't want that. But this was actually still pretty clean too. Not very much dust on these fans at all. Another benefit to this case, it not only has great airflow, but seemed to keep the parts relatively clean. Especially after over 4 years of use. Like even the radiator itself, like this is what was exposed to the outside. It's a little dark, but not very much on it. Not very dirty. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. Somebody just texted me, but it's somebody who's watching. I am preoccupied. Also, don't do what I just did and leave your isopropyl bottle uncapped, even for a little while. It evaporates pretty quickly, which is one of the benefits of it, but can also be a negative. Yeah, I'm saving this thing, which catches the most dirt and dust, like, not that dirty. Pretty easy to clean. Okay. So before I remount that motherboard or anything in this, we do need to take this fan out on the top. Because that's going to be where we're going to mount the water cooler. Can you see that? Yeah. And if you ever use or have like these little grommets like it has on the top, so I use like these, because if you try and pull them out by hand, you can tear them really easily, and that's not good. Thankfully, we haven't broken anything. I mean, I wasn't planning on it, but it's always nice when you can just reuse everything. But for my 3570 or 3770K stuff, I was actually thinking if I could get a cheap case, or maybe even go to Goodwill and find a like old computer or something, I might put all that stuff that I just took out of this thing, and then even though some of that stuff's a little dated now, like that can still play most stuff. I mean, honestly, it can still play Minecraft, which is the game I was fucking playing right before this. Like, building a 14700K extremely nice build, and I just restarted a Minecraft server. So, you know, those memes where you see people saying like they build the best rigs or have like a 4090 or whatever, and it's like, what do you play? It's like Terraria. Oops. But I could donate it again, is what I was getting at, is give it back with better components and give somebody else the chance to play on nicer stuff. Okay, so I don't think we're going to need this fan at all, but I'll hold on to it just in case I need it for something else in the future. And I think this plate will not work for this. Yeah. So keep that. But we'll have this fan. I guess I could install that fan down there. That wouldn't be a horrible idea, I don't think. Getting these little buggers back in is harder than it looks. Well, actually, I should wait to see if I need to move the mounting set. Yeah, let's do that. We'll do a test fit, because this is going to go like this. So I'll have this like that, right? Yeah. Where's the other hole? Sorry, I know I'm really close to the mic now. Oh, that'll be perfect, actually. Okay. Always good to put the stuff in before you have everything else installed, so you don't fuck it up. Uh-oh, did I freeze again? I really hope it doesn't die right as I start to put the new stuff together. I can hear the laptop fan. I don't know if you can hear that too. But the laptop sounds like it's about to give out on its last leg. Go in your hole. There we go. Okay. So we'll get that other backing plate, and then we'll be good. Oh, put it over here. We lined up everywhere. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Nice! Okay. Now, I could route this. Well, I'll do that after I get the motherboard remounted. I also looked up and did some of the power calculations, and for a 1070 Ti with this setup, I should probably have like a 750 or 800 watt power supply. Especially if I ever want to upgrade the graphics card in this and use it as like a stream build. Or separate streaming PC build. But I think this 650 will be fine for now. I have a 1000 watt power supply in my other one. So I'm not even tightening these. I'm just barely putting them in, and then I'll tighten them in that star pattern I was talking about. I also just want to make sure I'm not missing any when I knocked a couple on the floor. I think I got them all. Yeah, for anybody who might still be in chat, did you hear the notification when Gobble followed? Was there a notification? If not, I need to look into that, because I don't know why the chatbot stuff is working, but the sounds and stuff aren't. Because I didn't even hear that on my side. Or if you're wondering how I'm seeing some of that, I have... Oh, you can't really see that either. I have it on my TV. I'm watching myself, like the definition of vanity, but also just to make sure it looks okay. Even though it's also not kind of... There we go. Oh yeah, these are to mount the water cooler. So yeah, we didn't lose any screws. Hooray! And I didn't drop any. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So what I'll do is tighten the corners first. Just kind of very, very gently. And then we'll run them down a little bit tighter afterwards. But after those, I go to here. Then to here. Then to here. And then to here. Okay, so now I use the little torque guy to actually tighten those. No sound. Sorry, Gobble. I promise when I have this, well, when I have the new system up and running, we'll make the sounds work again. I don't actually know why they're not, especially if the background image, like graphics and the other shit that I made for Stream Elements is working. Or the chatbot, like, if that stuff's working, I would assume the other stuff should be too. But I also started recording a bunch of custom sounds for when people follow and subscribe that I'll hopefully have going live by the end of the week. I want to get all that stuff situated at least before the end of this weekend, because end of next week I'm going to be doing a little bit of traveling, and then I'll also be doing some traveling for the holidays too. So I want to get as much of that done beforehand as I can. Okay, so for that, we'll start doing some cable routing, and then we can install our water cooler, and we'll pretty much be done. So for that, be very careful here. My ghetto camera rig is kind of in the way. But to do this better this time, rather than just having the cables everywhere, I know you can't fully see what I'm doing right now, but I'll flip it back around and show you how I'm running these. Or I guess I can show you on the back side at least. Just gotta be careful since I'm alone. Don't have anyone helping me hold this shit. But before I just had them kind of going through, and even though this cable management I could run through these side channels to make even cleaner, it'll at least be nicer to have the power cable and stuff, you know, going through these. Actually, is that what I want it? Yeah, that's where I want it. And then these, I think I can keep down here because the board should have most of those headers in the same spot. Yeah, looks like they're all pretty much in the same spot. So I'll zip tie some of this down just to make it look a little bit cleaner. And maybe even like, I don't really like how these are all twisted. But instead of having to mess with running them all through these like weird wire channels, I think what I can do, actually I can just do that and have them go up. Yeah, we'll do that. Ah. Sorry for mic noises. We're also losing a little bit of brightness. Is that still bright enough? I can just put a flashlight in my mouth. I think it's still pretty bright. Bright enough. Okay, but this looks a little bit better. And then what I was saying is I can run these cables back here, which has like a little wire spot for them to be hidden, so it'll look a little bit cleaner. But our 24-pin ATX and CPU powers are here. So that'll go right onto our cooler. So I think we're ready to mount our cooler before I start plugging in all these. But what I was saying for like the USB 3.0 and like these cables, rather than rerunning all of these to other locations, is I have a USB 3.0 slot right here. So that can go right there. And then I'm not sure for the 1394, FireWire is pretty outdated, but I believe this can actually be powered by any of these. I'll have to look that up. But since this one's a little bit older when it comes to all these audio ones, I'm going to have to manually run each of those, which kind of sucks. And I might need to pull out the motherboard guide because I don't remember what these like colors, this color coordinated shenanigans is. But we'll figure that out. That's not the end of the world. For in all honesty, I could get by without any of that. I just would prefer to have it. Although I know this one goes over here. So that really just leaves these. And then I think this can actually go there. Yeah, that can go there. So I really just need to figure out these cables. And if I really wanted to be pretty, I could run these down to here, or like have this one come out up here. Maybe I will do that. Fuck it. I don't want to get too wild or spend too much time on this since this is going to be just the backup. But it already looks better than it did before. Okay, CPU cooler. This jangled mess of stuff. So we'll mount this first, which will need to go like this. Keep that from moving. We'll actually have a little bit better clearance than we did in the other case. This case is bigger, like I was saying earlier. It just doesn't have the ability to mount a 360 millimeter radiator, which is the size we need for our new cooler. I did apparently drop one screw. Oh, it's right here. Haha! Perfect. That was easy. What are we at on time? 2:30? Considering it took a half hour just to get started. Not too bad. The next one should go a lot faster too, because it's all brand new stuff. Minus the case. So and this is where saving the bags also from like the old stuff comes into play, because the screws that I use to mount, yeah, I can just show this one too. Screws that I used to mount the cooler previously are too short for this part, but it came with a little baggie that has bigger ones. So hold on to that stuff if you ever plan to reuse it, because these should be the perfect size. They are. Fuck yeah. Very, very nice. Gotta move the mic really quick here. Ah! Oh, you can't see me tightening these. Whoops. So what I was doing, I'll wait till this is actually like well tightened, since I'm gonna have to pick up the cooler. But what I was doing is screwing those 6 screws, or the longer versions of those 6 screws, into the top. Well, you can hear me, but you couldn't hear there's notification sounds that are supposed to play when people follow, subscribe. Honestly, there's like a ton of them. And for some reason, like, I don't even see the overlay. Like, I should have a subscriber goal or some stuff I was actually catching some shit from some people from renaming to Save the Stream House, which could play on the Back to the Future Save the Clock Tower stuff. But now that I have cameras all over this place, oh, there it is. And have been streaming almost every day. That's pretty much what it is. Okay, so we'll blast this with some air. Do one last wipe down with the microfiber. And then we can connect these power, which I'm probably going to need to pull that adapter cable that I set aside because I don't think this case has, it has this little Molex down here, but I don't think it has all the little 3 pins. There might be enough of them around. Yeah, I've got 2 here, and actually 1 here. So actually, we may be able to pull that off, because this just plugs into a SATA connector. But I want to make sure that this stuff is perfectly clean before we apply new thermal paste. Not in the shape of a penis. Okay. But that's also, I wanted to clean all this stuff off really, really well before we started putting stuff in, because it doesn't make a lot of sense to clean it all off and then just start blasting it with air and having it fucking go everywhere again. Now this shouldn't take very much. Also, I mentioned that they didn't have Arctic Silver, and so I got sold on this bullshit TG7 stuff. But for the longest time, my favorite has been Arctic Silver thermal paste, thermal compound. So that is what we're going to use. The other one I shouldn't need thermal paste because the Lian Li cooler should have come with some. But we'll wipe this down one more time. Actually, I'll use this because it's clean. Normally I don't use microfiber right on the motherboard because it can build up static, but it's probably good while I'm grounded, at least right here. Or at least plastic on plastic. Just to give one last wipe down on the top of these. Okay. And the LGA 1700 does recommend a dot in the middle and then 4 dots on the sides. But since this is not an LGA 1700, we are not going to do that. We are just going to do a pea-sized dot right in the middle. I know that's like kind of anticlimactic. Oh, you subbed too? Holy shit. I thought you just followed. I don't like when there's the little dangly... Fuck. Alright. That should be good. Get our other wires out of the way. And then I think it's just going to go right like this. Yeah. Hooray! I did not do... Well, this isn't a 1700. That's what I was saying. So you can do the dots on the middle and the corners. I mean, I have a whole other thing of... We can look and see how this turned out if you want to. Oh, shit. But the dot in the middle and the corners is for the LGA 1700. And this is just the 1155 or 1151, I think. So I think the dot in the middle, kind of like the AMDs when it's a perfect square and not a rectangle, is better. I don't know, there's all kinds of controversy. Some people like doing the cross. but... Oh, the dick. Yeah, the penis. I didn't do a penis. Okay, and so what I'm doing here, I'm holding even pressure at the top so that the paste remains spread out and so it doesn't lift back up while I get these ready. But what I'm doing now is just starting to tighten them very gently in the corners. And then right as they start to get snug, I move to the other corner. And then we'll tighten them down really tight. I could have drawn a dick and then just wiped it all up, but we're, you know, almost 2 hours and 45 minutes in. And I still need to install Windows and make sure I can get my gaming build up and going. But thanks, Gowel, for subscribing, too. I just saw the follow notification, so maybe the notifications aren't working, too. I really appreciate that. Okay, so now that those are kind of semi-tight, we'll use our little torque driver and get them snug in the corners. But even here, going back and doing kind of the star pattern stuff, cross. Nice. Okay. So this rat's nest of stuff is what I was talking about earlier. But I believe like this just needs to go to sysfan, which is CPU fan right here. Yeah. So that's this, which is right under the cooler. You might not be able to fully see that. We'll do the... Can you see where my finger is? Yeah, you can. Maybe just not like super lit up. But we'll want that to go right there. Boop. And then I think this actually just powered some of those other fans that I had, right? Like this is just an extension thing? I'll look that up. But I think I can plug, if that's the case. I know this I want to plug into another one. Here. That's why I keep the case stuff. Or I was thinking I would just look up some of this as I'm going. Night, Beefcake! Thanks for joining in, and thanks again for the following. Oh. Thanks again for the follow and not the subscription. If you do have Prime, it's free. Connect the fan cable to the first fan connector on the power cable set up with 4 pins. Use the remaining fan connectors as needed. Okay, yeah, so these are not required, but these are. And these I should have fan connectors for on both sides, so I can run this one to that fan connector over there, but I think these will both reach, because here's a sysfan 1, and then where was sysfan 2? I just saw another one. I can just do this one right now. And sysfan 2, where'd you go? Oh, it's right here. Right in front of it. So, and this is maybe the harder part of this stuff, or what people might find scary, but it really is like adult Legos, especially when you have the guides here, because they'll tell you, you know, what to plug these things in on, and if you look really, really close, I'll pull the phone down once I'm done plugging these in. You can see, like on the motherboard, it'll have written on it what these things do. So even if it looks terrifying at first, like you're really not going to fuck it up. Or a lot of them, like even this, like won't plug into some of these other sockets. You'd have to like bend and break shit to get it to do that. And I guess some people do that, but you don't ever have to force this stuff. Even like I was talking about with disconnecting the cables, you know, it's like Happy Gilmore. You just tap it in. Tap, tap, tappy. Tap, tap, taparoo. I need to stand up for this, though. Perfect! So then that, I don't like how it just kind of goes over the RAM. I guess I could technically route it all the way underneath the fan. Even though I just went through all that and got it plugged in. It's also where these little guys come into play. So you don't have to touch the board. You can grab your wires and pull stuff into position. You want it to look all pretty like. And honestly, sometimes even just putting them onto the sockets while you're holding them with the pliers can be super helpful. I might even do that right here, because it's so close to this other stuff. That looks much cleaner. Can't even see the wire now. I don't really know what to do with this one. I think there's really nowhere I can hide it. I could shove it underneath the fan, but I kind of don't like that either. So even though that doesn't look as clean, we can keep that the way it is. Now this, since this says it can be used as an extension for other fans as needed, like we'll run this to the serial ATA, so that can stay over here. But this, I think I can just run up here. In this channel. Then we can just hide this cable, as well as most of these. So I think it's the only other one I need to plug in, unless I want to install that fan on the bottom, but even then, I have another sys fan down there. Much, much easier to plug that guy in. Okay. That is most of our cables. We didn't even really have to bend any of the water stuff. Everything looks pretty clean. Now these are going to be kind of the pain in the ass, but that is also why we saved the motherboard book 2. Oh, whoops, that's the case book that I put in the motherboard box. Oh yeah, this thing's fucking little Bible. Yep. So then you'll find pages that look like this, or I guess this might be easier to show. So you'll find diagrams that'll say like F audio or power switch, reset switch, that kind of stuff, which is what, from where I held these up earlier, like that's what these are. This is power switch, HD LED, power LED, reset switch, and then negative power LED. So we just need to connect those into their respective spots. But like this diagram right there, will that focus? Refocus? Shows exactly where those pins are. So now I just need to take each thing, and the power LED plus minus will be the fronts. It even kind of says it tinily. Where did I put my flashlight? On the front, but it's kind of a pain in the ass. Yeah. So we'll take power LED, which is one of the first ones, right? Where'd those go? Right here. So that should go power. Should have positive on the front side. Yeah, so power positive is closest to me. And then reset switch is on the opposite side of that. And that has the positive flipped. So that goes like this. And then HDD LED is positive on the front side next to that. And then our indicator lights should be, these are HD, right? That should be negative here. And positive next to that. Very, very easy. But that's also why it's good to hold on to these things and to save some of that stuff just in case you ever do need to access it again in the future. Okay, so I don't think I can plug this into that. Yeah, Molex to SATA, lose all your data, even though this is for a water cooler. I can also clean my grimy fingerprints off this thing. We don't need to install the M2 stuff again, although I might put those heat shields back in here if... Well, yeah, I'm sure the new motherboard will come with them. But I really just need to get the SATA power cables, and then there should be a power cable for this, too. Thankfully, I didn't forget. It's right here. So then that can just go into, I don't like running all this like over the RAM. Yeah, it's not as pretty. I can route it under this, east. And this should be our power for here, right? Just consult the Bible one more time. Could do that on that one instead if I wanted it to look prettier. I'm looking at if I want to move some of these fan cables. I shouldn't really need to, but I don't think this has, yeah, I don't think that'll reach if I want to do that fan. Let me see if I have, check our little power baggie here. But this one's a USB plug, which I could run to this. Because I don't want to have to redo this once I have everything in here. But I can just do it on this one. I just don't like, I don't love this cable routing all the way around everything. Okay, but that should work. And then I just need to connect the SATA, just right here, which we can rerun from the power supply. Like, I took all those off. It's all these right here. I can run that through the back here, or for now, just because I want to do a power on self-test for some of this stuff. Oops, that's actually not what I want. That's Molex. That's SATA. System completed, power on self-test. Computer now booting from operating system. We can hide that, push that through the back afterwards. And then, since I will need to put a hard drive in here eventually, I'll run another one. I guess technically some of these might fit through there if we do this. I'll keep my promise and not spend hours doing cable management. But since this doesn't have a hard drive in it right now, I'm just going to boot it from the Windows USB just to make sure it can work. And then we can add more, or I can add a drive and stuff later, off stream. Okay, but that should be pretty good. Just make sure these reach. Sorry, my head's hitting this thing. Yeah, these should reach. And that gives us 3 SATA powers for the drive trays. As well as a serial ATA 6 gigabit per second data cable. All right. Well, the cable management isn't perfect, but we've got all the components from... Oh, I need to put the graphics card in. Whoops. All the components from my current system, minus the M2 drives and the 4070 in here. But we'll take the 1070 Ti that I saved in this box. I actually can't believe, like, this thing, compared to even the 760s, like, this thing's also still, like, in amazing shape. I guess I can wipe this down a little bit, too. But it was a trooper. It held up for so long. Okay, now this one did only have one. Which PCI do I want on this? This one right here. Oh, I put those in here. Which was probably dumb. One moment. I will need a couple more of those for the other case, though, now that I'm thinking about it. Yep, I got one. That's why you save your bags, folks. I mean, I even still have these, which are the back plates, which I can install one of these back in here again. Or these ones are, these will work, they're the right thread type, but they're not the thumb screw type, which I prefer for like GPU stuff. See if I have some of those. Should somewhere. Yep, right here. Two of them, which we actually need. I had an ex who gave me a lot of shit for hoarding some of this stuff. But to be fair, like, I fit all of these in the box that the case came in. You saw me pull a bunch of the components out for those who joined early on in the stream. So it's not like it really takes up more space than the case for the box. Or the box for the case. Perfect! I will tighten those down. Where'd my screwdriver go? Fuck! What the hell did I do with my screwdriver? Did I set this down on it? No. Oh, I put the motherboard Bible on top of it. But you can even see if you look really closely, I changed one of these screws at one point to a non-thumb type. Oh, shit. Well, I guess we can just put one of the non-thumb types in for... where I just put the back plate back in. Yeah. So those other ones I found too were technically the correct thread. Okay, so all of our stuff looks plugged in. We've got extra peripherals. I didn't plug back in like all the SATA peripheral stuff. I mean, I could technically if I wanted to, just in case. Like plug one more of these in. And I don't think I need this, right? Like that, I can just plug right into the GPU. Pretty sure. Oh no. Shit. These do need to get plugged in. But that won't be hard. Just a minor inconvenience that I should have paid attention to much earlier. Sorry if I'm touching the mic too. Now this I might have to reroute. Can I lift this up enough to do that? Probably. Yeah. That doesn't put any strain on the water cooler. It's just this cable that I want to make sure I keep in that spot. But I forgot to plug in the CPU ATX power, which is what this is, and then I need to run underneath, because that plugs in over here. So we'll move these. Can I rest that there? No. I don't love that, but okay, that works. But I think I just need to plug those two in. I don't think I needed the extra one. Yeah, ATX 12 volt right here. We won't make that mistake again. That would have been a costly mistake to have to undo a bunch of this stuff later for. Thankfully I double checked. Because I was looking at my cable set and I did pull a GPU cable off. Is that fully locked down? Yeah. Okay. I guess I could also technically route these behind now, too. If I wanted to take this out, I could then run this behind it. Plug this in here. And then hide these. Actually, I could even run it underneath the ATX power, so it's not going by the RAM. Yeah, I like that way better. Way, way better, because now we won't have any issues like getting to the RAM. And I can just hide this in this corner, which, can you see that corner? Oh no, you can't really see my hand. But what I'm doing is basically just putting it behind where the other fan is. I'll show. So I'm putting it, where'd the light go? Back here, so that this wire will get pushed down, like it won't get in touch, or won't touch the radiator, and then I can move these wires that are right here back on the other side of the RAM, rather than just being right over it like they were before. So the only wire I'll have to reroute is this one. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. We should be right back in the mounting slot. Yeah, I like that. Let's do it. If this was going to be my new build, I'd probably like want to zip tie all of these back, kind of like I did for some of these other fan ones a long time ago. There we go. Like a glove. But I think that looks pretty clean. Yeah. And then if I need to get to those other cables, I technically can. Okay. And I didn't really describe this, what I was doing last time, but I'm just hand tightening. Or here, I'll move this down a little bit. I'm just hand tightening one of the top screws here. And then I can let go of the radiator to run the other ones in. Oh, whoops. These little ones have washers too, that I'm being really careful with. Those are those turn your head and cough gloves. Yeah, they are. I have some black ones that are actually a little bit thicker that I use when I'm working on car stuff. But they work, which is what matters. I guess you can't really see this part anymore, but I'll turn it back around and show you. Welcome in. We have almost completed the rebuild of my old system. And next, we're going to put all the new components in my old case. You're right in time. I'm adjusting this over one though, because I think I can move it. These fucking washers. I think I can move it over one slot. Yeah. Also, where having a helper would come in handy. But thankfully, I'm fairly ambidextrous. But what I'm doing, just to show my left hand, is I'm putting the washers on these little tiny screws, and then I'm holding up the radiator while I hand tighten a couple of those. But just like that one, sometimes the washer doesn't stay slotted perfectly. After these screws, we can get the other one going, and then we'll do a power on self-test with this first. Make sure it can load up Windows. Okay, that's enough to where I can let go now. But we're not doing too bad on time. I was thinking it might take like 3 or 4 hours to do both of them, but it took like 25 minutes just to get the stream started, because I'm streaming this from like a 5-year-old shitty Lenovo laptop that's not meant to do 1080p streams apparently. But it looks like my little ghetto camera rig that I built. Maybe at the end I'll show off what my kitchen looks like. Some people have asked why I haven't started doing cooking streams and stuff yet, since I have the camera in there. Nice. Okay. Where'd my other 2 screws go? There's one. Just need one more. Sorry. Rehide that. Yeah, I like this a lot better because now, as you can kind of see, besides this cable, which still runs over the RAM, like I could run this along the side here if I wanted to really reroute that. I've got plenty of... Could even run it in between these fans if I really want to reroute it. But besides this cable, I don't really have anything going over the RAM anymore. Because before, I did. So I like this a little bit better. Gives me a little bit more options. But that's really the only messy cable. Everything else looks pretty good. Okay. I still need to find one screw though. I think it might be under the case. It is. All right. I think that looks pretty good. So just to make sure, the only things we don't have connected anymore are the Molex, which we don't need because I don't have any hard drives in here, but I do have new SATA power and data cables ran into here. I'll run one more data cable. Just run that right under this guy. For our SATA 0 and SATA 1 connectors. Serial ATA. Oh, actually there is still one drive in here. Look at this guy. This is an old Samsung 840 250 gig. Screw it. I'll power that thing on. I forgot what the fuck is even on that thing. That's another way we can test just to make sure this works. But this is what I was saying. Like, technically I could run all of these through those side channels, like these wires, but I don't really care about this since this is now going to be a backup or maybe stream rig. Yeah, which one of these was SATA 0? This one? Yeah. I guess just to make sure. Oh shit, I might be scratching up my... No, I might be scratching up the coffee table. Yeah, so I want this one. Which we'll plug in. With our power. All right. We'll put this back together. I think that looks pretty good. Oh. We do need our graphics card PCIe. So that'll go here. Six plus 2. Will go here. And I did screw all this down, right? Yep. Hallelujah. Okay, I'm actually going to leave the other side off while I do a power on self-test for this later. But now we are ready turn our head and cough with the new build. Okay. Like I said, I'll probably pull, well, I can just do that now. We'll do it live. Like the way I routed cables on this one was not very clean. So before I start throwing motherboards and stuff in this, I also have, I can just do this. Still some dusty shit to clean out underneath here. Yeah. Yeah, because I just like tucked all these in wherever the fuck I wanted. But I'll have to unscrew the power supply to do this, which I think I should do anyways. So that I can make sure I have all the right power connectors put in there. But I just misplaced my screwdriver for the second time tonight. Woo! Okay, that's the case screw. That's the case screws. There's my M2 slots. Thermal paste. How did I do this? Also, if anyone knows of where I can get a free case or a cheap case that I can put those old components in to donate or build, do a charity stream maybe, and build a computer for, you know, a Goodwill donation or something, I'm totally willing to do that. I'll hold on to those components. I'd much rather donate it than, you know, just have it sit in my garage or trash it. And like I was saying earlier, that's also what technically ran the Minecraft server and what I started on a lot of that stuff. Like the GTX 760 is probably a little outdated, but everything else in that thing, if you put a 1070 Ti or even a 20 series card in it, would still be able to play a lot of games. Like, it won't be the most modern setup, but it'll be pretty damn good. Especially for like a kid. Okay, so this rat nest of stuff, I'll need the red ones for sure. I really don't like how the power supply slots in on this thing. This setup is very kind of jank. Run them the back way anyways. And they're not plugged into anything. Already looks way cleaner. But yeah, it's meant to like have them ran through here. So I couldn't disconnect them. To show you what I'm doing, I'm pulling the power supply out, but when this was put in before, I just had everything connected and it slotted in just fine, but it's really hard to get back out because it's meant to have the power cables ran through these little holes instead. And that's what I did not do. So we'll do that this next time around, but first I need to get it out. I'm using my screwdriver to press on the connector. There we go. Which worked out so that I could get it disconnected. So I'll just do that on them one by one. Two. I'd rather do everything the right way now that we're doing this again with all new stuff than to have to worry about this again later. I wish this cage came out. Oh shit, I am scratching at my coffee table now. Okay, I think now I can just maybe. Unrouting some of the ones that I did route, or to show. I'm pushing some of the CPU ones and things back through that were routed through the back, because we're gonna have to change how those go in. Shit. Guess I need to unplug one more. But we're getting some more dust out too, which is nice. Make sure it's perfectly clean for the new stuff. Does that unscrew? No. I don't think so. I know you can't see all of this, but I'm just checking to see if I can. I think I can unscrew this. Make life a little bit easier. Yeah, it does unscrew. So I guess I didn't have to disconnect all of that, but like I said, I'm gonna have to reroute all of these, so better to do it now than wish I had later. Oh man, it's such a tight fit. Oh, hallelujah. Now, It's really empty. Okay, I'm gonna go blow this off too, because I didn't realize how much dust is in this thing. I will be right back. Okay. I like that. Looks good. And just to make sure I keep track of what these screws are, we'll move power supply, power supply, power supply to here. And then the rest of these I'm going to put in that cup. So I don't get confused later wondering, hello friend, CatCam! Yeah, look at all these cables that hang off this thing. Crazy. No wonder it looked like a rat's nest. Okay, SATA 1, PCI 1, PCI 2, SATA 2. CPU. Should be 2 CPUs, yeah. 2. SATA 4. Okay, and then this is the one I'll have to, well, I might not need to use the extender. I might be able to return that if I can get it routed correctly. But I do like this power supply, this beast 1000-watt power supply. I don't love how it slots into this case, but again, the reason I'm pulling all of this out, just to show this for anybody who might have just come in too, is this is where our new water cooler is going to have to go. But I previously had all of the cables just stuffed into there, and that's not going to fly. In fact, it straight up said, when I was reading online, that that can cause problems. Yeah, that's just the case power. That can cause problems if you like try to stuff everything in there and then install the water cooler. Like you can basically get cables right up against the fans and have all sorts of not fun problems. But now that I don't have any electronics in here, I'm just going in and cleaning up, getting a little bit more of the dust and stuff out before we start putting new components in. That's just our front USB, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's just the USB 3.0. Tiny scratch on my coffee table. Shit! Yeah, then you have stuff like this rat's nest, which I'll show what I'm doing right here too. It's like warranty void if you like remove this fucking sticker stuff. I mean, obviously, I'm not worried about warranty stuff at this point, but I hate how this was like put together by default. I was too lazy the first time I was building to do it the right way. But we'll do it the right way this time. But like, I just had all this stuff stuffed in there too, and to show, like, this is where the power supply goes. So I don't have a ton of room because the water cooler is going to go down there. So what I really want to do, since this is all SATA powered, is actually run these along these channels on the side. Hello, friend. Is it time for some pets? Some attention? You've been very good this whole time. I'm gonna say hi to the stream. Oh. No? Just want some attention? Say hello. Will he hang out on my lap? You see all those cables? Want to play with all the wires? Not toys. I'm gonna go give him some treats though, real quick, and use the bathroom before I start getting into cable management territory. Let's see, can I do the be right back thing with this? Maybe. All right, I'll be right back. Also, as the unofficial rep for Costco in Kirkland, I do need to mention that in this seasonal festivity time... Shit. Trying to change the bat screen. Everyone of legal age to drink, at least, should look into and try Kirkland's eggnog. It's absolutely wonderful. Glorious, even. Perfect for the holiday seasons. Okay, just don't have too much, especially while you're doing important things like building computers. That's why we're keeping it in the corner. Okay, so cable management wise, I'll be honest, I also don't, this is Molex too. I don't fully remember. Did I have a Molex connector in here? What the fuck did that connect to? I just pulled out all the power cables and there's no Molex adapter stuff in here. Oh yeah, there is, right here. Right here. Okay. Yeah. So we'll connect that to this. All right. Well, now that the case is clean, I do need to put our grommet back. But we'll reinstall our power supply, rerun all of our power cables, and then I think we are ready to go. I've made quite a mess of components. Can you see that still? Is that a good camera position? Also, for those who also have not seen or are just joining in, I created a little custom rig. This thing that everything's sitting on top of. Built that out of some 1x2s. Actually, fuck it. Let's just show off some of the place. Why the hell not? I've done it in the past, but not recently. You might not be able to hear me very well because I'm going to show in the kitchen. I guess I can like kind of move this out here. Hope it picks up. What do we got here? That screen. Yeah. So y'all have seen... Oh, it still shows the duster. Oh no! No, not toys. CatCam! Not toys. No, bud, sorry. I guess these cameras are not updating. This laptop is very hot too, so I hope this doesn't die as I finish the build to like my actual new computer. Oh no, now it's getting even slower. That works. Okay, you might not hear me very well, but somebody was asking about all the wood I was talking about and why I don't show off more of my kitchen. It's because that is what everything that is next to the camera that I have in my kitchen looks like. And all those 2x4s, it'll even look if you get close. You can see I have marked them out and even like written a bunch of shit on some of them. But I have marked them all out for framing up some shelves. Like I want to build... There's no like shelves in my kitchen, really, besides some of the counter stuff at the top. But I had some extra after I marked out all the framing stuff, so I made this little camera rig. And I can mount that, or wherever my other little spider camera thing went, I can mount that or put this on it too. Can even do both at the same time if we want cameras going both directions. Look at that fucking mess. Isn't that awesome? Oh yeah, it is. This is fucking getting wild in this house. Like, look at my living room. It's a nerd's haven. Like, what the fuck am I doing with my life right now? What the actual fuck am I doing with my life? Having a damn good time is what I'm doing. Again, if I could get paid to just build computers for people, I know some people do that for a living. But out here in California, the market is tough, man. I looked into that. I mean, my first job when I moved to California was working at Fry's. And I just spent, in the last 2 weeks, I should have made this like an adjustable height. That would have been even cooler. Anyways, all that would require is like drilling some holes in it. But building computers for people, unless you like know celebrities and not like Henry Cavill or the people who do it themselves anyways, but like I do not know how people make a living doing like computer repair and PC repair, especially here in California. Like again, even just paying this mortgage is like $4,500, so I don't know how people manage on Fry's. Well, I guess Fry's is dead and closed now, but you know what the fuck I'm talking about. It's a rough market for that kind of stuff. Oh, this thing cannot handle multiple cameras very well. I also don't have any of my overlays still. Fuck. Whatever. This should make it a little bit better. Maybe. It's like a handful of seconds behind now, too. So if you see me just staring at my computer screen, which you don't yet, I'm in the future. But yeah, even that heater that's behind me, like when I moved into this house, that's the heater I was talking about that like wasn't even hooked up. And so I had to drill, like you can kind of see the thermostat, like right there. I had to install that because it wasn't installed or hooked up, and they didn't have any of the wires ran from the heater. They had them ran to the floor, but not through the wall. And there's also a 2x4, or there's like a giant support beam for the house that runs right along here. And so, like, you can't just, I couldn't just poop a wire over to it, so I had to drill at an angle to the wall behind it. But that's actually where my microwave and some of the stuff you can see when I have my kitchen cam on. So I almost drilled into my microwave, which would have been a huge disaster. I ended up having to actually dismount the microwave, which I never knew how to do. And I broke a bunch of the hood stuff because they just had it like connected with like fucking duct tape. Like not the duct tape you're familiar with, but like the silver actual duct tape. It was a fucking pain in the ass. And that was all the week I moved in. And then I flew to Kansas for the holidays and came back and got laid off. So for those who are also new and wondering why I'm doing shit like this, or converted my house into a stream house, or why I have, when my overlays are working, the save the stream house goal, as I got into emotionally on Thanksgiving, because I'd much rather be doing shit like this and the stuff I love, building computers in my living room and turning this whole house into a nerd den, than fucking doing stuff I hate. Or working for people who will fire you or lay you off because you don't want to let people go, or you push back about that kind of stuff happening during the holidays. But I also just read today, unfortunately, it seems like a bunch of other companies are doing that like right now. Oh, you can't see? Fuck, you can't see my computer anymore. Come on, chat, yell at me. Tell me when I'm fucking up here. There we go. That's the right one. Is that frozen too? Are we frozen? There we go. Just takes a little second. But what I'm doing right now... Oh, maybe I am frozen in one of them. Shit! Did I break it? I can still hear me talking. Okay. There we go. It can handle these two at the same time. It seems like, kind of. Barely. Put on some more turn your head and cough gloves. But I'm doing cable management. Turning the rat's nest into a very beautiful computer case. And I won't spend too long on this because I, again, do want to like power this on. And make sure my Windows works. Or I'll probably do a clean install on this, which is the nicer M2 drive that I currently have Windows running on. But what I'll try and do, just to make sure everything works and that my backups and stuff work, is just run wherever I had that thing. Yeah, I made like a Windows 10 recovery thing. And I'll boot both of the computers just to make sure everything posts correctly. Okay, so now that we have all this off and the case completely clean, almost as though new, we're gonna run these cables down. Yeah, I think that's how they're supposed to go. And we'll actually use the zip ties that were provided that I didn't like 5 years ago. Oh shit, these don't have the little diagonal cutter things. Good old pair of scissors works. I also do have, I'm going to try and see if I can pull this off. Copy. I'm adding Jackson to this. Hopefully that won't break it. Fuck. Maybe it will break it. Shit. Now is probably the bad time to be doing this, but... I think we can pull it off. I believe in us. I wish I could just show you what I'm doing right now. It looks ridiculous. But you'll understand in like a couple moments. Will this work? Will it blend? Maybe? Yeah, CatCam! Alright. Updating the stream in real time while building computers in my fucking living room. What more could you ask for? Is this not quality content, y'all? How do I make my stream better than this? Okay. We've got these cables cleaned up. I think, in all honesty, I can just run this thing. Because if the power supply stuff's going to come up here, I think I can just zip tie this stuff down here and then run these underneath. Yeah, let's do that. Let's group this up with these ones. I need to remember to plug this in, though. Okay, well at least this no longer looks like a rat's nest. I know this isn't perfect cable management, but you never see this side of the case. I just didn't like all those wires being like fucking everywhere. And then this can connect, that can connect. We should be good. So let's put the power supply back in. Guess I can also put like, well, this fan we'll just deal with later. Because that's gonna go inside. These are both gonna go inside at some point. Right? Yeah. But thank you all for joining in too. I just saw there were like 7 or 8 viewers, maybe even more. It's a little lagged right now because I'm doing all this on a potato. Or for those who also weren't here at the start when everything wasn't working, I'm using this like super old Lenovo, which is where I'm like also holding like screws and my M2 drives like an idiot. Super great management here. Trying to give good view to the people. Does that work? Can you see all of it? Maybe a little bit further back? Like that? There we go. Okay. So I'm trying to figure out where all these are going to go, because I think this will go straight into the motherboard. This will go straight into the motherboard. This will too, as will that. I kind of want to swap one of these fans too. I have extras. In fact, this will fit right on that too. But I need to take... So we've cleared out all the cables too, for those who were also here earlier. I just won't make as much sense to newer people, but the reason we had to do all of that is because our new water cooler is going to mount right here, which is previously where I had just lazily routed all of the cables. We can't get away with that shit anymore. So I'm just kind of pre-mapping out all the stuff I know we'll need to install that we already had. But for the power supply, I think I can do it like this. Yeah. Ugh. Light at the end of the tunnel. This goes like this. It slots in like so. Yeah. But we actually want it like that. So we'll take our power supply screws. I guess I should keep this. I think it's meant to be, you can do like, can I do this with it? Well, maybe I should run those cables down first. Fuck. Fuck. This is going pretty well, though. Like, we haven't had any major issues, assuming these turn on. But now, maybe I can do this. Yeah! So we can run all our cables down in here, and then move our power supply. You can just drop it right back in like that. Okay. All right, then. We're gonna need a lot of these. But then I can run, I think, the ones I don't really need, or that I'm not using, back out. So, for now, I'll do it like this, though. VGA1. VGA2. And this is going to be the bugger, because this thing is just barely long enough. So I think this I can actually just have come out this way and go into the motherboard from here. I don't even think I need to run it through that, because that should just be able to plug right back into the back of the motherboard. Right? I think so. And then we'll need that Molex motherfucker. But the SATAs, I think I can even run, like I can run one SATA this way. Because I only have one actual like serial ATA drive, and the new motherboard has 4 M2 slots. Like, where is that drive too? Yeah, it's down here. But I think I can run the peripheral one up to the top. Yeah, I don't even think that needs to go into there. But we will need to run these through the backing plate then. Ow, fuck. Yeah, so then I'll put the backing plate in. So you probably can't see the backing plate. But I'll put the backing plate in, which will go here. And then we'll run some of those cables through the back of that. Right? Yeah. So actually, let's do a fit test. Yeah, that's tight with those right there. I mean, that'll work. But that is still tight. I think we can do that though. And then we'll run another SATA just through the back here. Or maybe even, because there's other 3.5 mount slots right here. So we can just keep it in the back here. Yeah, I like that. I like that way better, actually. And then I need the Molex guy. And the CPU, which will be up here, I think. Yeah. So we'll do the CPU down this way too. And this one has the fans. Where'd that fucking Molex one go? Oh, it's right here. Okay. CPU, Molex. Molex with fan. I think that looks good. And I don't think I need some of those other SATA ones. Like, these are all just SATA, extra SATAs. No. And like, some of these only have 2. Compared to the 3. Okay. So let's run these, and then we can do another fit test. But I think this looks pretty good. Put this here. Let's pull these out. SATA Molex fan will have to go in here. And I'll have the Molex stay this way. Can I fan through there? And this, actually, I can just connect now. Yeah. And then we'll zip tie this again. Okay. Start plugging stuff in. Maybe the CPU can come out here too, because the CPU is going to be right here. Well, I can always rerun that. I don't have to do that right here, right now. Right here, right now. Okay, where's our backing plate? So that goes like this. Back one. Okay. It's such a tight fit in this case. We're making it work though. VGA 1. VGA 2. And I think we'll run the backing plate. If it just drops. Yeah. the other CPU one, though? Sorry, I know it looks like I'm a little scatterbrained here, but I'm just making sure I have everything that we had before. I think this is the other CPU. Yeah, that's the other CPU. Okay, so that will go with this one. Like the last time I did this, I just kind of ran the cables after installing the motherboard and everything, which was a horrible idea. Oh, you can't see where I'm plugging these in. I know. Sorry. So I'm just plugging everything in onto the power supply. Here, maybe I can angle that a little bit. And we're doing this first. Do I need this plate? Now that I'm thinking about it, the power supply mounts. Do I need this, like, wire guide plate? Is it just to, like, relieve tension on the wires? It'd be so much easier if I could just plug these in without having to run it through that. Power supply mounts like this. Backing plate, I guess, just provides support for the wires. There's another one back here too, and it looks like I can unscrew both of them. Okay. Sorry. I did look at the manual stuff for the case before I went into all this. And there are so many people who complain about this part of it, the power supply portion, even for why I got this motherboard powered extender, 12-pin. But I didn't see anybody saying, like, this shit is totally unnecessary. Okay, BJ 1 and 2 are tight. Where is our, so that'll go like that. To the motherboard. Motherboard is tight. SATA 1. It is SATA, right? That's CPU. That's CPU. Okay. CPU 1. CPU 2. And I should have one more, right? Yeah, this one for peripherals. Perif 1. Okay. I think that's good. I don't think I need to install I'm not going to run 2 graphics cards yet, and if I do, I'll install those later. But I don't think I need, like, I had all these plugged in before, mainly just because it's such a pain in the ass to install. But some of these, yeah, this is just more Molex, which I don't have any Molex stuff. This is a 2. Oh no, this is 1 or 3. I don't think I need that stuff. Just extras that's nice to have that it comes with. And then just to make sure before I put this in for real, yeah, because that'll give us everything we need on this side. We'll have the 2 CPUs, which are right here, near CPU. We'll have our case, motherboard, the SATA we'll need for that, and then our fans. Hell yeah, that's way less cluttered and will look way nicer than it did before too. Sorry, I know that was a little like getting into the weeds, but I think doing it the right way, instead of just having it everywhere, having everything everywhere all at once like last time, is a much better way to do this. Okay, so let's remount our power supply, which is these 4. And even though my chaos of screw holding situation does look quite crazy, I promise, like, we haven't had any real lost screws. If anything, I've misplaced the screwdriver twice, but we found it again. Okay, so for this, I'm just like hand tightening these so I can make sure they're all lined up well. Well, not even really hand tightening, I'm just like lining them all up first. Nice. Okay. Power supply is mounted. Cables are mostly routed. This will have to go back in here some way, probably through here. But that is not crucial for right now. Okay. Heck yeah. I like that a lot. I guess we'll turn it this way. So So these are our CPU, right? Fan, which we'll probably need to connect. The reason I ran this stuff up here too is like this is a peripheral fan connector and our USB 3.0 for the motherboard, and the fan connector is probably going to need to connect to the water cooler, which is going to run this way. We already have one. We could mount a couple more, but I really only have and need this since we'll have two M2 drives here. This is our front audio. This is our motherboard power, which I shouldn't need the extender actually. Some of those people, I think they're running it up here. Maybe that's just to make it look cleaner. This is just a fan. This is additional power pins, and these are our video card, which should pop out right here. Okay, so that looks good. Now that all of these are out of the way, we're going to start unboxing the new stuff. So I do want to clean up a little bit here. Give me one moment. Just in case the cat comes back in, I don't want to have all the stuff for my new things mixed amongst the old stuff. I suppose I could power on. I could just plug it in. We could see if it powers on. The old one first. More stuff. Extra fan. Extra fan. Oh yeah, here's actually one of the other gloves. So I have these black ones. Extra screws. Okay, that was easy to clean up. But yeah, let's do something crazy. Is this DisplayPort to HDMI? HDMI to HDMI? Have HDMI out. Let's see if I fuck this up. Maybe, based on that. I should have an extra power slot here. Oh no! Let's try something crazy. I'm gonna move the mic over here just so you can hear me yell if this breaks. So we're gonna go to HDMI 2. Wow. Which I think is this one. And we're going to try and power on the old PC real quick, just to make sure I'm not like breaking stuff before we get there. But I'll just show this so you can see what I'm doing. Just powered this on so it has lights. And we're going to press the power button. disappear? Oh, whoops, I might need to turn my receiver on. Shit. Oh, is that it? Can't tell. I have it plugged into my receiver thing, so here, give me 1 sec. Change the HDMI input so I don't need to turn my receiver on. So now let's see if I can find my remote. Oh! Yes! It works! It works! It works! It really, really works. Awesome. So we rebuilt our old system, the system I've been streaming out of. This is what I've been well, minus the 1070 Ti. I mean, technically that's what I started streaming with. But yeah, we don't have any BIOS post error codes. We don't have any issues. It actually looks like my overclock settings are still enabled. Hallelujah! So yeah, we successfully rebuilt the old computer. Temperature is at 33 degrees C, so clearly that change in the thermal paste actually helped a little bit. Oh man, I'm glad I tested this first, because I was going to be so worried that if we did all of this and built the new one and had issues with either one, that I wouldn't have anything to go back to. But now we actually have a good rig. Oops, I like smudged. Now we have a good rig to play around with, or as a test thing, or that I could maybe even turn into, if I can ever afford another graphics card, a separate streaming PC, so we can play things on ultimate settings. It's good that our power stuff works too. Okay. Oh, I'm so glad we tested that first. Sorry, I'm making it so I can put the case on later. Can actually optimize some of this stuff. I know it's getting later. We're already a few hours in. I'm not trying to bore y'all. Just trying to make sure I don't forget to do some of this shit. Because we're actually multitasking. Like, this is a fucking mess in here right now. I just showed it off, but... Oh, man! That is so fucking awesome. I'm so happy that works. We did a complete case swap. Heck yeah. I'll also need to remember to install the drivers for the Blu-ray drives and stuff, which I'll probably never use again. Who the hell... Well, actually, I say who the hell uses Blu-rays, and then, like, right next to all of my stuff over there are a bunch of Blu-rays. But I bought that Blu-ray read writer because I was originally thinking I'd be making a bunch of Blu-rays, which I never did. Adjusting our camera. Okay, I'm also pretty happy with this little ghetto. I keep calling it a ghetto camera rig, but it seems to be holding up pretty well. Okay, making sure all of our motherboard grommets tight. Time to start opening some new stuff. Everything on this side we shouldn't really need. Besides some of these SATA cables later. And we definitely don't need that. Okay. First thing is first. First thing we're going to be adding, I guess I could do it on this, is the MSI Pro Z990p Wi-Fi. This motherboard is originally $249. Oh shit, my mic is also down here on the floor. Yell at me, chat! Yell at me. I also can't see you because I switched the input on my TV. And my phone is the camera. I'm so glad I didn't give up and do this on the PS5 too. Because it would have looked so much shittier if I not only couldn't switch screens, but if I like... I did build this with thinking that the PS5 camera... Well, not thinking the PS5 camera. The PS5 camera will mount to this the same way. But damn, it would have looked so much shittier. Okay, and you all can still hear me, right? Yeah, I think so. Okay, so first thing is gently opening this, looking at the instructions. So nicely boxed. Oh, it's so pretty. So pretty. Wait, where are the 4 M2 slots? The fuck? Oh, never mind. I see 3. I do like that it has better PCI slots than some of the other stuff I was looking at. Oh man, this is going to be so awesome. Okay, I'm going to nicely lay that there. M2 locker. That's new. But this is what I needed first, is the back plate. Man, this didn't come with nearly as much shit as the other one. It also only came with 2 M2 lockers, and it's got 3 slots. What the fuck is that? It did come with a disc for... Oh no, it did come with 3 M2 lockers. It came with a disc for drivers, even though this case, compared to the one that we just rebuilt, or put all of our stuff in for the old one, does not have a disk drive. And then we'll screw these on at the end. Oh man, I'm so happy that thing boots up though. Sometimes you just have to learn, you know, like you don't always get things to boot on the first try. You just have to like stare at it and then like scratch your head and like maybe read the motherboard documentation again. I also am starting, I hate this trend. Call me a fucking boomer if you want, but I hate the like, scan our QR code for our menu and like for our fucking install instructions. How about you just make the book a little bit thicker? Like, I mean, I know we're trying to save trees and shit, but I don't think that's the biggest source of pollution and emissions and stuff. Okay, we're going to install a backplate after we don't scan the QR code and instead unfold this massive map. Okay, this does include the pins that I need though. So this has the same thing I was talking about on the old one, which thankfully those worked. Am I even showing this correctly? Is it even like focusing enough for you to read it? Probably not. But it shows where I'm gonna have to plug in all those little fucking things. One of the worst, or arguably least fun parts of doing these builds. So, Yeah, you can see that. But that's all I really need. Everything else is just like, here's how to install memory. Even half of this is like, here's how to install AMD processors. Like, how fucking lazy. They want me to scan the QR code for the Intel one. Fuck your QR codes. It also didn't come with the mounting screws. I mean, thankfully I still have all the other ones, but... like, damn. I even have a new box. Or a box of new ones. Like, damn, man, how lazy are you? Not even gonna give me the mounting screws? Okay. I put that away, though. It's also almost sitting on our Ethernet cable. Ooh. Ooh-wee. And almost fell over there. You know what? I think that's a sign. It's time for more nog. Where did I fucking put that baggie? There it is. Give it new screws too. Getting fancy. I also clearly like used these and then like didn't want them anymore or something and like taped this shit back up. Like, what the fuck? The fuck is that? Okay. That should be enough though, although it looks like there's only like 6 screws in that bag. So I should have enough already. Yeah, I have like 8 right here. Okay, take our lockers. Backing plate first. Flash BIOS button is going to be on that. Yep. Don't forget your backing plate. I've done that so many times, like thankfully not today. I'm gonna take this off since that's a horrible position while you're pushing on the case. But I've done that so many times. Like when I was talking about building those like 12 computers for my old work, I did it on a couple of those. Like it was the first ones. Thankfully I wasn't like making the mistake late into the day, but it's like such an easy mistake to make. Okay. Backing plate is in. It's time. Well, give her one more quick wipe. Just make sure she's fully prepped and ready. This new awesomeness we're about to give her. Oh shit. I also just cut the tip off my glove. Dog life. I also got these as a gift from my mom, and they're so fucking cool. Coasters. It's one of those things where, like, it doesn't matter if it's on your list or, like, how much it costs, or, like, they probably weren't that expensive, but it's such a cool gift. Ugh. Touch your toes and cough. Oh, my hands are actually getting a little sweaty. This is becoming slightly more difficult. They're like getting sweaty and waterlogged because these like trap your sweat, which is also why I'm wearing them. I mean, I'm not actually sweating very bad. And hopefully that fan isn't too loud. Hello, today. Welcome back in. We are, I don't know if you were here when I powered on the old rig in the other case, but it worked! Oh my god, I'm still so happy about that. There have been a handful of times where it's also like, you even saw me, I had to take the water cooler back out. I do have black gloves. Somebody said the same thing. I do have black ones. And they're even thicker, but I don't like that they're thicker. I use these mostly for working on cars. But I like how thin these are. Like, these are actual... I got a bunch of these super cheap after COVID, because, like, everybody was stocking up on, like, supplies. So these are, like, actual exam gloves. So these are actually, like, the touch your toes and cough kind of shit. But they fit so well. Like, I'll show you once I get my sweaty hands and fingers into them. But the best part of them is they're thick, unless you're like holding on to the bottom of soldered components, which can tear them and stuff. But even for working on cars or when you're doing more delicate stuff, it doesn't even really feel like wearing gloves. Or you can do this kind of stuff. Try to increase the fitness. Blow into them a little bit. I saw my anesthesiologist before I had a surgery earlier this year do that, and I was like, is that sanitary? Aren't you just like blowing a bunch of bacteria in? He's like, it's fine. Basically, like, shut the fuck up. But yeah, when they fit or when they're on, like, you can even see how like it tightens up. Like, it doesn't really feel like wearing gloves with these, whereas with these, they're like, I mean, they're like a millimeter thick. So when you're wearing these, you don't have that same kind of dexterity when you're trying to hold screws that are literally this big and screw them in by hand. So I like these gloves for a lot of stuff, and I bought like 3 boxes or 4 boxes or something, and they were cheap as hell because somebody had clearly like overstocked for COVID and then was like, shit, I don't need like 10,000 gloves anymore. All right, we're gonna do this though. So we're gonna go straight in here. But the one thing I do need to make care of, like when I did just have, you know, obviously, you know, my glove rip, is I don't want to have any plastic on the bottom of this or anything that could melt or stick to the board. But compared to my other one, this is slightly larger. But it looks like it fits perfectly. Wait, did I install that wrong? No. I'm just being overly cautious here. I need to set it all the way down without cables underneath it. Is it already perfectly lined up? Ooh, maybe that's why it has you maybe route some of these through the bottom. Well, that should still work. J USB 1, J USB 2. What is J? I know there's usually like F for front. What the fuck is J USB? Looks perfectly lined up there. We're perfectly lined up at the back plate, so I guess we are lined up. Okay, before I do this though, do I want to rerun the GPU wires? I think they're fine. I think this looks good. I think this looks very good. Okay, I'm getting excited. I need to calm down. Oh yeah, so this does go up through this one. Okay, so we are going to rerun some wires, but I'm going to secure the motherboard first. And again, I'm just tightening these up extremely loosely, like not even going down or tight at all. And also, pro tip, if they ever feel like they're... I saw a bunch of posts about people who are like cross-threading and like stripping like this stuff. If you ever want, when you're starting the screw, to make sure it's lined up on the hole, turn it counterclockwise. Turn it left or whatever direction is counterclockwise for the threading, and you can hear that. Like, you might even hear it click. Like, I'm turning it the other way, like left, not right. Hear that tap? That's the threads like seating into position. So same thing on a lot of stuff for like cars or your house or whatever. And I learned that trick working on cars. But if you turn it the wrong direction and get it kind of seated, you can then start to drive it the right direction while the threads are lined up, rather than having to deal with that later. Actually though, before I do this, don't I need to mount the bottom? Can I access that from the other side? I should make sure, since this is a different chipset. Yeah, I can access that. I've got plenty of space. Always want to make sure that you'll be able to mount the back plate for your CPU cooler too. But if you hear that click, I just kind of do it by default now on a lot of stuff. But you never want to force a screw. In fact, some of my first times working on cars, I learned that the very hard way. I even stripped a lug nut on my, or a stud for a lug nut. Okay, so now we're going to go counter in a star pattern. So we'll tighten this one just a little bit snug. Then go over here. Go down here. And then go up here. Then go down here. We can go up here. We can go down here. Now we'll just go around. Snug. 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 Very nice. But yeah, this did come with new shields, it looks like. I'm guessing that's what this is for the 4th M2 drive. So I'm glad I did pull these shields out from my other motherboard, since I'm not really using them right now. Because I can then use those. I assume these will slot in. I don't know that for a fact. I should make sure of that, actually. Well, we'll test when we put the drives in. Because I have 2 drives that I need to install. But these don't need to be insanely tight. You don't want to over tighten this stuff because you don't want to crack your board. Okay, with the board down, we now need to plug in all of our stuff. So we'll have CPU. I'm looking at, oh, I do have to scan the fucking QR code. Well, I'm using my phone as the camera. So I guess I can just Google it. But I wanted to see, I guess I can just figure it out by looking. So we're gonna have, so JUSB, I'm guessing is, yeah, USB 3.1. We've got a couple SATA connectors here. We also have the SATA connectors here. JUSB 4, JUSB 5, sysfan. That's our ATX power. So we're gonna run the power up one more. Like honestly, I think I can just plug this in right here, right? Yeah, that fits perfectly. For the fan for that, the CPU is what I'm worried about. So yeah, this, we can also kind of bring over here. And then we'll use both of those. Yeah, okay. So that can go through this channel, I think. Instead, CPU. And then CPU. So, and I'll show what I'm doing here too. So instead of just having these going through these little grommets, we can instead route them up here and pop them out through this part right by where the connector is. So this connector is in a slightly different slot or spot than where our others were. And even if I want to be mindful of where that backing plate's going to be, this isn't going to be anywhere, like, by the time I get these connected, like, we should be able to even zip tie them back like that, if you can see that. So that'll look much, much cleaner and much nicer. And we won't have as much exposed in here, because they'll basically just go like this. Well, we'll just do it. These do slot together kind of funny. You gotta put the right side in first, because the left side has a little stopper to keep the connector stuff together. I'm sure there's a modular thing that has like them not split out too. Same for the graphics card stuff. Okay, so those are down tight. And then we can do these the exact same way. Get off my motherboard. It's not going to hurt anything, but still. Yeah, I like the black gloves. If I found black gloves, like the company that I got those black gloves from, I think it's like Midnight is what they're called. It's like MIDKNIGHT instead of NIGHT. Go in your hole! But they're just so thick. Like, I'm sure they have different thicknesses too. And in general, that could be really good when you are like working on cars and stuff. Like I said, I like them for automotive things where you don't need the fine dexterity. But like when you're changing oil and stuff, you don't want to worry about like getting oil on your skin, which still often happens depending on oil filter location or how good you are at getting the drain lug out. Am I fucking this up? What am I doing wrong here? Oh, the wire's just bent a little. Probably from the weird location in my other one. There we go. Yeah, so now we can do this. Oh, that's so much cleaner looking, especially compared to how I had it before. Okay, so we'll move motherboard up one. But if you're not worried about getting dirty, or if you want kind of fine dexterity and control, you can really feel everything you're trying to get to, trying to play with. I like these ones. If they came in black, I'd definitely get those instead. Okay, look at that. Our cables are already looking so much better than they were before, and I didn't even really do all that much. So I think we're going to install our CPU next. Well, yeah, we're going to install our CPU next. I was going to say I should maybe do the water cooler, but we need the CPU in there to really do the backplate stuff. Did I lose my fucking new CPU? Just holding it up. There's the box for my old one. The 9700K. Oh, we have my old rig. Now works. It's been powered on and proven to work. So, worst case scenario, we can go back to what we were doing, but no. We're taking it a little slow. Making sure we're doing things right. Not having to repeat our steps. And I said I wasn't going to spend hours doing cable management. I guess it has been like another 45 minutes, but look at this cable management. It's looking fucking awesome. Oh shit. Oh no. No! And I'm breaking my stream. That's okay. You have my permission to steal my content. Fuck! Especially when I'm fucking up. Yeah, my laptop is like, I could cook an egg on this thing. I'm surprised this stream is still going, to be honest. I accidentally hit the power button, which locks my phone when I put it back on the mount. So I blame your stream, technically. Can you see that? Does that look good? There we go. It's finally updated again. Not on my stream, though. Fuck. Oh, do I have to click it again? Ah. Oh, it looks so choppy. I hate it, but it works. It kind of works. And at least my voice isn't choppy from what I heard. Why is that zoomed in, though? Is it not in portrait mode? Oh, yeah, it's not. There we go. Yeah, this little shitty rig that I built, too. It also is holding up. There we go. But look at this cable management. It's looking fucking amazing. At this point, I'm just congratulating myself without even finishing the build. But we're about to socket our CPU in. I'll put my ego aside and just try to finish this before like fucking midnight. this whole thing pops out. Don't bend the pins, young one. Oh, it's so beautiful. Oh, I'm not even centered. I'm still not centered. You can't see this very well. This is my first time using my phone like this. I guess like this. Is that better? Shit. It's getting worse. Fuck it. I can do it like this really easily, but it doesn't focus very well, especially since the light is behind me. Well, if you'd like, you can go to Micro Center and get yourself a Lian Li Galahad where the box is bigger than my case. That was why I was so concerned about this shit fitting in here, too. I read online, like, it told me it would, everything looked good, and then I, like, actually started holding the components up to it and was like, holy fucking shitballs. Will this actually fit? I also can't get distracted during this part. Because this is, like, the important stuff where you can bend pins and fuck your whole thing up. There should be notches. Yeah, I see the notches now. Yeah. See? We almost did fuck it up. Oh, that sound. The first time you socket it down and you hear those EK240? Yeah, I mean, so what I just had, I don't know where the box went for that. But I used to have this one. It technically has RGB, but I didn't use it. Or I guess, does that look right side up? Yeah. I kept the lights off. Okay. I like. So we're also going to install our M2 drives really quick. I need to swap my screw head. Oh yeah, you said like 13 liters, right? So that was like, so you're doing a custom fill and stuff? Woo. First screw drop of the night. I've never used these locks before either. Oh, I see. Does it go like that? Or like that? Oh, it goes like that. I see. Locks it in place. Well, what was the 13-liter comment or whatever earlier then? I didn't ask. I actually saw that a little too late. Oh, 11-liter case size. Gotcha. That is pretty big. But is that still a mid tower? Because that almost sounds like a full tower size. I used to have a full tower size, but now that for my server rack, or like my bookcase I converted into a server rack, I like the current setup a little bit better. And this one, I don't think these will fit in this on these. Maybe they will, because there's not like the slot for it. Yeah, fuck. Okay, well I'll put these back in that other case before I close it up. But I'm also going to need to install the risers, it looks like, because this doesn't have... Yeah, I need to put the little risers on. Which I can't believe it didn't come with. Oh, maybe they're in the little lock? Yeah, they're in the little lock. Might as well install all of these, actually. I mean, 11 liters seems big. I don't know. I'm just used to freedom units. How many gallons can you use at that point? Actually, it doesn't make sense either. But that seems big. Ah, it's our second drop screw. Dropping them on the new one, not on the old one. We had 0 drops on the old one. Yeah, you mentioned it was ITX and you were going to use it for your living room. Which I may end up actually doing with this thing. I mean, it's not an ITX, and it's a little bit bigger. But I could fit it next to my like subwoofer and stuff pretty easily. But it also said one of the cool things about this motherboard is it supports the M3 stuff. Or like, these say like M3 standoff M2 screw. I haven't seen any of that yet. There's a bunch of different types of it that it supports, which I'm excited about. Way of the future. No drop. And actually, if I were going to drop screws, doing it down here near the unused SATA ports seems like a good place to do it. I've never really seen these little locks either. It's interesting. Okay, I think that it's good enough until we get, so we've got CPU, we've got 24 pin, we've also got our Molex ran in for, well, I guess I can just plug in this now too. But maybe I need to run this elsewhere. This is our case stuff. Yeah, that needs to go down here. could pop out right here. Actually, we'll just move the GPUs now. Shit. I might not be able to do that. I can get these ones by the SATA connector, but I'm worried about hitting the pins on the other ones. Maybe sideways? Yeah, I'll just leave these here for now. Because I think this is where the GPU is going to be, but I don't like wrapping around some of that stuff. I guess I can just go under like this. Yeah, that works. There we go. Okay. I actually like that a little better. Thankfully, I didn't mess with undoing all that. But, as you can see, even like right where these are right now, like I can wrap them around the side here, but there's these pins for like front USB 2 that are right here, so I don't love that. And I was trying to be like insanely careful to make sure they didn't get near any of those pins. Yeah. But this is what we want to plug in here. I think it's just going to go. Oh shit, I might actually have to unsocket these. Damn it! It has like the quick install thing. But that might have been from my other motherboard too. JFP1. Yeah, shit. I'm gonna have to undo this. we'll undo that and just run them through here, I think. Yeah, JFP one's right here. Well, that sucks. I was all excited. It was so much easier on the last thing. Well, I'll do it like this. Yeah, I think this is from my other motherboard. HD audio. But for this, looking at the connector, yeah, so the diagram actually looks a little strange because it shows the reset switch and hard drive LED like facing you, but then this is like top down. I'm not sure why they did it that way, but this will be easy to do if I can keep that there. Because one is just HDD LED and positive should be against the 1, which is right here. And I'm hoping reset switch is right next to that. Yep. And then power LED plus is right next to the plus on the 2. Oh, maybe I could have continued using that thing. It looks a lot smaller here. Where'd I put it? Oh no, it is slightly different. Although I can put them in here however the fuck I want. I guess it doesn't need to match what's on the outside of this. Woohoo! Like, look how much bigger this thing is than that. But that should work. It's power LED plus, then goes against 2, which is right here. That should work. Oh no, maybe it won't go on. Fuck! That's so dumb! Got excited twice. Just wasting time now. I guess it is specific to motherboard because it has these little, like this blank spot that doesn't let it go down on that pin. Okay, at least we can do this faster now. Power LED, reset switch. So it should be HDD LED on one. And then reset switch right next to it. And then this is the only one that's flipped compared to the other thing too. But this is why I like these gloves. Okay. That's all on. We'll run the SATA thing later, but the Molex thing I needed for... Don't see audio actually. Sys fan, CPU fan, pump fan. SMB one, JUSB. Oh, JOD. Okay, so that has to go down there too. I can run that down with these others too, right? Maybe like that. Yep. Okay. Now, I think I'm gonna do it this way. Oh shit, what was that? Oh. I'm gonna do it this way for the, because I'm gonna need to lift it like this for the CPU. And then we'll keep those over here for GPU. I don't know what JDP and JC are, but we'll download the thing later when the computer actually works. Time to open this bad boy. Maybe I should put the RAM in first in case it gets close. Probably not a horrible idea. Again, this RAM isn't my favorite, especially since this motherboard can support significantly better RAM. But the price point that I got all this shit at is crazy. And it's not horrible by any means. Looking at like the reviews, like it actually seems like it holds up pretty well. Damn, it is like, I don't like how tight it is in this case though. But I did get an extra set of it, so it would all match. So we have 64 gigs, which I've now ran in my last two systems. Should I put all the stickers on my case? Got a Leanne Lee one, 2 NZXT ones, Intel one, and now a G-Skills one too. Oh, I need to connect the CPU power. Oh, no, I didn't. I already did. Or no, I don't. I already did. I don't like how that snapped. Also, these do only go one way, right? Yeah. There we go. Okay, all the RAM in. Go for this giant cooler. Ugh. I've never really put the stickers on, by the way, but I thought it'd be funny if I did. This is also white. It'll be the first white component I'm installing in here. Ooh. Galahad. Fine threaded M3 black. 2 types. S and T. Button function. Oh, this has RGB bullshit too. This is one of the dumbest diagrams I've seen. It's like an either or, but then also has an asterisk for the Galahad 360, which is what I have because these lazy assholes made a guide that's for 2 different things. But the either or instructions include running the running the cables to both. Okay, we'll figure that part out in a second. First, want to make sure. Like, it also has instructions for like 6 different screw types, and there's only 3 in here. Or it's because there's the 240 and 360, which use different ones, and then there's, I'm guessing, types for the older stuff and the 1700, as well as AMD stuff. This seems pretty straightforward, though. Just need to make sure I get D, S, N, and T, because that makes sense. Why make them go in order? Or why not have it be like, oh, hey, look. Does it not come pre-thermal pasted? If it doesn't, then we're not using this shit. We're going to use the Arctic Silver. So, like, I like that it comes with extra parts, but holy shit. Why are they not, like, just in order? RST was too hard. It has to be, like, E, D, S, and T. With no labeling on the packages either. I have to, like, compare this shit to the diagram. Leanne Lee, I know you make good products, but fuck your packaging and instructions. Like, Jesus Christ. This is pretty shitty. Oh, the fans don't even come pre-installed on it either? I mean, I like being able to install some of that stuff myself, but damn, comparing this to the NZXT or even the Cooler Master one that I had before, the instructions not only weren't insane, and I didn't have to sift through 6 different packages of bolts, but... Oh, it has a little fucking controller, too. Okay, well, not overly impressed with this so far. There's D. There's T. Where's S? There's black fine thread. So I don't think I'll need that. Don't think I'll need that. But I will need this, the SATA controller, I think. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it also doesn't come with the thermal paste pre-applied, which is a part of me. Like, I like the last time, not on the NZXT one, but on the Cooler Master one that I had installed, I actually just took their thermal paste off because it looked like it had, like, made contact with the thing. But I like the Arctic Silver stuff. I also love their diagram for how to put on thermal paste. Do you see this shit? Like, what the fuck? Who puts thermal paste on like that? It's just, like, pooped on there in a huge glob. The fuck is this shit? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Okay. But this is the right thing. And the adhesive goes on the top. Okay. Okay. This is a little fucky, but, like, we're gonna make this work. At least it doesn't make me scan a QR code for the instructions. That's good. It just gives me instructions for 2 different things as well as kits for like 3 different things. And doesn't have the parts labeled alphabetically. I guess it is kind of DE. What happened to F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R though? Just jumps into like S and T. And the other kit doesn't seem to be all of those other letters. Okay. Suppose this is just supposed to be finger tight. It's also kind of a bummer I can't reuse my M2 heat shields. I was able to just use the same ones that I had on another thing with my friend John, who I've been playing Minecraft with stuff. Okay. The wiring part still seems... I'm looking at this for the second time, and it still seems kind of crazy. Because it shows both connections for the LGA 1700, so maybe... Or for the Galahad 360 on the Intel stuff. Like, it shows the 4-pin PWM AIO pump. It says connect to R1 or F1. Or AIO pump, but then shows the SATA connector on both of those things. Here. Like it has a dotted line for OR, for AIO pump, but then also shows connect to this or run SATA connector. I think I'm just going to make it sync with the motherboard because I don't really care about this RGB stuff. And that seems to be a little convoluted, to be honest. Yeah, there's not thermal paste on here either. And I don't know what this is. Okay. How fucking long this is. It's fucking huge. It'll take up most of the case. But this is why I wanted to get most of the cables ran first. Because reading about this thing, people do say mounting it can be a pain in the ass, and I can see why. It's fucking huge. Like, massive, massive huge. It also has, yeah, way more cables than my last one. Sorry, I'm gonna have to move my mic here. But this is also where I was seeing people said you can kind of mount this in other cases, like my other one at the top, where it has, like, the space. It just doesn't have, like, they recommend you, like, cut or, like, drill holes and shit. So it doesn't have the spot for all the mounting screws, or it can really only support, like, airflow for 2 of the fans, which isn't ideal. Why get a 360 millimeter thing if you're not going to actually give the airflow for all that? So many screws. Trying not to dump this all out because I don't need these long ones. Damn it. Could use a friend. I guess I can just use the long ones through the existing. Just try and line it up like this. Thought I'd be able to slot it. Slot it on these. It has top mount holes for water coolers that you don't have to run through the fan hole. Okay, I'm gonna try that, but I'm gonna rotate this towards me. Sorry, I know it might not be the best view for setup. But it's the best view for the install. Sorry, I know the camera's refocusing constantly on my arm. Oh my God. Okay, we've got 2 screws sort of started. I don't know if I fully love that because I don't see the full mounting for the back ones. Yeah. But I do like this. Okay, that works. Like what it wants me to do is take these fans off. Oh my god, I don't want to burn these things. I can only get 4 of the 6 screws to line up if I don't take these fucking fans off, which is ridiculous. It wants me to take all these fans off the front and run these long ass screws through the fan, which I can't do right now because that's how the fan's mounted. But I can do it. Where'd those fans go? Okay, I'll fit all these fans, right? Yeah. Through the same holes that I have here. I guess it doesn't really make sense to have fans on both sides, but getting some of these out is going to be a pain in the ass. Okay. Because they're held in by pins, or like they've got these little, almost like auto body pins rather than screws. You have to like squeeze and then pull. I don't know if you can see exactly where my thing is. But I'll show once I get this out, assuming I can. They're like these kind of pins holding them in, which is also why I can't just run those long screws through them. And why it's helpful to have a nice pair of pliers. I'm slowly running out of workspace though. Wasn't expecting to have to take all my fans off. I guess I didn't have to take all of them off. There's still back ones. And again, I'd rather do this right the first time than just like slap it together just because I'm getting excited and tired actually a little bit. Maybe gaming until 3 a.m. or 2 a.m. most of the nights before the build wasn't the best idea either. But we're almost there. This is really one of the last things, besides putting the graphics card back in, but that's easy. You've already ran the power for it too. And this will significantly increase the airflow, so if I'm being optimistic, like this will make this probably run much, much cooler. I guess I could also install one of these fans back down on the bottom too. Last room. Yeah, you can maybe see now from where I'm taking these screws out, it does have screw holes where you could like offset the radiator slightly. Or here, once I actually get these fans off, I'll show you. Oh shit. This is what I zip tied earlier too. Thinking I was doing a good thing by pre-prepping cable management. Trying to get the zip tie without dropping my fans like that. Okay. But I already have the connectors for them, which is good. So I think half of those instructions are a little bit screwy because it wants you to connect all of those to like a different fan control, but I can just run them all from the motherboard control right here, where these other ones were already connected. Which is one benefit. But these also have 2 power connectors. Oh, so it does want me to connect both. So the fan goes to a 4-pin PWM. The fan goes to a 4-pin PWM and to connected to control by 3-button or sync with motherboard. So we'll do the sync with motherboard portion on the controller too. But damn, so yeah, we'll connect the fans to 2 different inputs. I've never seen that before, to be honest. Guess I'm also not really sure of what the benefit is if they're both, if like I'm not doing the button thing and they're both controlled by the motherboard. Hopefully you can still see what I'm doing too. I'm just flipping this the way it's supposed to go, and then I'm going to try to install this. Because it goes like this. And we can set this. I don't really want to set, I don't like that being on metal. But I need it to not just like fall off. No! I also notice now why one of the things I saw said, it's really easy to do this if you have a friend. Can I phone a friend? We're working on it though. We're getting it. I'll deal with that part later. I'm trying to figure out where the wiring stuff should go. I do like this better though, to be honest. Like this will look kind of cool. And these look like much better fans than what I was using. Which were just like the Corsair and Cooler Master ones that my other stuff came with. You also can't see what I'm doing. Shit. Well, I don't really know exactly how to show it. My rig only can do so much. That does look nice. I wasn't sure how the white was gonna kind of mesh with some of the other stuff I had. But that already looks pretty good. Okay, so now that we've got all the screws in, I'll actually tighten them up. But I gotta be really careful when I lay this back down, because I have the cooler just exposed like that. I hope my case cover fits over all this too. It should. Okay, time to lay it back down. And while I hold this, show off what the front looks like now. So that's pretty cool. Cooler is kind of in. The wiring, we still need to figure out. Honestly, this won't even fit over there now. Okay. Okay. Thermal paste. Well, where's my other little microfiber and some isopropyl alcohol? That has a protective cover on it, which is why I was trying to keep that covered. Isopropyl alcohol. And again, for those who might have missed the earlier one, this is also why I'm wearing gloves, not just for all the other components, but to make sure that for brand new things like this, I'm not introducing finger oils and other stuff to it. So we'll let that go for a second. These are also tight. Get that dry. And then, yeah, I think it just, we've got the worst instructions for thermal paste I've ever seen in my life, but we'll do the recommended, I think, dot pattern. Yeah, it just shows like a, put a huge glob there. My Arctic Silver. I don't know what this piece is either. It's not even in the instructions. Like, does that just go on there? Oh, if you want to cover up the logo. But yeah, it just shows you pooping it on there. And then for 1700, use H, fine threaded to, yeah, remove adhesive, place on. Okay, so I think the recommended pattern for the LGA 1700 is a pea-sized dot in the center. And then tiny dots in the corner. That one's a little bit bigger than I would have liked. But I think that'll be good. Oh, is my camera frozen too? No? Okay. I think that'll be good. And then it wants to have these rotated like this. So we'll have our power go like that, and then that should go right over the top. Okay, moment of truth. That peeling feeling. Oh no. Where did I just put those? I just moved them over. Right here. And just like the other one, I'm just barely twisting these till I can make sure this pressure I'm putting down on it I can lift up. And then we'll tighten them in a cross pattern. I don't like how that goes right above the ram, but it's good, I think. Okay, so now we'll get our screwdriver. And these you don't want to over tighten either. It says basically just tighten until they stop turning. So we'll stop there. Peel that off the top. I guess I will put this on because I don't really care about the RGB. It's just magnetic. Interesting. All right. So now we get to figure out this kind of convoluted shit. I don't really understand if there is, like, the buttons just really seem to be for lighting, not like changing the speed. Okay, so now we need to figure out this rat's nest, though. Like, if you look at the top now, I have way more fan wires than I ever needed before. I think I can just lay this down, though. I don't think that's going to hurt anything. And we'll figure out how I want to route these in. Because each one seems to need one that goes to PWM, pulse width modulation, connect to control by 3-button, or sync with MB. I think I want to sync everything with the MB, especially if we end up doing some overclocking and stuff. So we'll run these up here. Actually, I'll run all of them up here, because then they'll have to go back to the motherboard too. But actually, well, some of these it might make sense to have go to the same place in the motherboard, right? Like, I don't have any power things that just connect to fans, do I? Something where I can connect all 3 of these to the same input, kind of like, you know, other shit. Has anybody ever installed a Lee Galahad? Oh, this looks maybe like what I want. Yeah, this looks like what I want. Okay. These instructions are fucking horrible, though. Because, like, even for the power, it's just one diagram, but for two different coolers. And mine has more than two connectors. But there's, like, one thing in here that has three. Yeah. So we'll plug this into the board. I still don't know what this other thing is, though. Or maybe I don't need this other thing because I already have the power thing back here. I think that's actually what I need to do. Yeah, I don't think I need the extra power. I think I just need to connect the second one to these, and then connect this to the board. Because I already have the power on the back here. So I don't really think I need these, even though it doesn't just recommend it has them as like required. But if that's the case, we'll need to run, yeah. Three of these inside the case. So we'll have a power for each one up here. Oh, I see, these are too tiny. Or do these differ? Fucking A, man. Fucking A. Yeah, my previous fans, I guess, were just too shitty. So these power connectors are essentially useless. So maybe that's the problem. My old fans were just regular fans. So we can take this out. wait to wire manage this again until we know what we're doing. But yeah, this will then have to connect to the wingtips. And then this will just connect to the PWM. So I'll just do that now. Sorry, I should have read a little bit more of this, or I did look up enough of this to where I was more worried about the power supply stuff. But doing it live. Yeah, so then that'll just go for the board. Okay, I like that. And then these will group up. And I think those will have to connect to this thing then. Yeah. Now this makes a little bit more sense. But again, the instructions are fucking horrible. Who needs instructions? So I'll put this one through here. And then I should be able to re-zip tie all that. Will that reach the motherboard? I hope so. Pull this up. That later. Might also want to zip tie that just away from the motherboard. In fact, I can do that now. Scissors. Okay, that's still a little bit of a rat's nest back here, but we're doing all right. It's starting to look good on this side, which is what really matters. So these are what I think then connect back. So this will go to AIO pump. Yeah. Which should be down here. I saw earlier. Yeah, pump. And then that will go to these other things. Trying to see which direction this thing's supposed to go to. Pump one makes sense. So that's just right here. This one, this little wing-tipped one, I think I have to connect to this. Which then is the one I also connect to this. Okay. Yeah. So then that will connect here. And then that should just be able to go to the CPU fan, right? Because if I want to do the sync with motherboard, I think I don't want to do just sys fan, I think I want to do CPU fan. Since that's what this is. But it only has like 3 pins. And the sys fan has 4. Like it doesn't even have a thing where I can slot it into one that has 4 things. So maybe I do have to connect it to a thing with only 3. I have... I have those down there. One of those only has 3 pins. And then I have another thing down here that's J1 that looks like it only has 3. JSMB1. Oh, here we go. Right here. Never mind. Even easier. That looks better for cable management too. See, we didn't need to scan no fucking QR code. Just need to look harder. I do highly recommend for people who are doing this for the first time or who think this stuff is scary and haven't stared endlessly at motherboards for a little while to download QR code stuff if they feel they should, feel they need to. Okay. Look at that, though. Cables are beautifully hidden. Okay, so then this, though, does need to connect to, I think, just any 4-pin fan PWM, right? That's what it looks like. Yeah, this one's AIO pump, and then this one just says 4-pin PWM. So I think that's system fan. So you could probably just do that as... Or actually... Can I run that down there? Ugh! Yeah, that'll work. That'll actually be better. Because now that's in the same spot, and we can run this to the CPU fan PWM. Which I think is where it's actually supposed to go. Looking clean. And we'll just re-hide these because we don't really need them just now. Okay, so I'll need a couple SATA cables, which I just had. Actually, it came with new ones too. I don't think there's been any increases in SATA technology, but why the fuck not use the ones that came with? Light at the end of the tunnel. Yeah, it came with so many extra screws too. Like there's a whole fucking mess of them down here. SATA 1, 2. Still not exactly sure what those are. Oh, SATA 5, 6. Okay, so they're just like on a different part of the board. These go like this, right? Orientation matters. Yeah. Oh my God. Go in your hole. Am I losing my mind here? Zip tie those later too for the PCI one. Yeah. I don't like how close that is to the case wall, though. Didn't have that problem before. Oh, shit. Okay, we'll zip tie that stuff later. That's not a huge concern for now. We still have just a couple more fans. Oh, actually, there's one right here. Could install these here. I want to add even more, but I'll maybe do that later. I want to boot this thing. Getting boot antsy. M2s are in. CPU is powered. Motherboard is powered. All of our fans look like they're plugged in. Power switch is plugged in. This is damn well secure now. And fucking huge. And we've got all new fans on the front. Alright. GPU. Host. And then I have a mess to clean up. But we are at the end of the tunnel. Almost. Okay, just to make sure, before we do this, am I missing anything? Chat! What am I missing? I don't think we're missing anything. Still don't like how these are exactly routed, but moving them to the other side isn't going to change shit. So I think I just need to zip tie these too. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Oh shit, I need to take out different ones. Okay. Slot it in there, Will. Yep. Okay, and these two screws I've had set aside for a very long time. So one of the first things we did was remove this from our old rig. Which boots? Fucking miracles, man. And we need to make sure this is secure so nothing catches on fire. Oh, look at that! Look at that. Got some other cable management we can do. To optimize. But I think that's everything. And we've got this cool looking front now. In fact, let's do that real quick. Make sure we can put all the case pieces back on. Wait, why is that bumping? Oh, yeah. They do fit. Sweet. I'm not sure what this is for either. This seems important. Oh, it's for AMD AM4 builds only. Like, this is a pretty heavy metal piece that came with it. So it's still, like I said, a little bit of a rat's nest on that side. But that's easy to fix. I don't think I'm going to pinch anything when I push this down now. Yeah, this should be okay. Yeah, that actually, I don't even really need to push. Yeah, I like that a lot. Doesn't bump up too much at all. And now, for the real moment of truth. The real post-test that matters. Where'd the glass go? We'll also do what I held off doing for the 3.5 years I've had this. Fuck. Oh, there we go. And we'll peel this bad boy. Centered. Oh yeah, can we do it in one piece? Fragile. Oh. Oh my god. Feels so good. Feels so good. Oh, are we gonna get it in one piece? Oh. We did it. Look at that fucking thing. All right. It's powered on. And I'll show you what I see live so you'll know. No hidden tricks. That does look cool now. I like that a lot. I think I am going to put those fans on the top though. Just seems like it'd be right. Where'd I put that power cable? Here we go. I have HDMI out on the motherboard, but not on my graphics card. So we'll try it without the graphics card, just so you can see if it posts to posts to the BIOS like the last one. I have to change my input if I can find my remote. That's what I plugged it into, right? HDMI 3. Yep. Big moment of truth. Oh. Should probably turn the power supply on. Big moment of truth. Ah, power's on! Oh, that looks kind of cool on the front too. Much prettier than before. Here, I'll turn the lights off. But we're not getting a signal, which is maybe not great. It's on. Maybe I should plug something into the fuck. I'm just breaking shit now. Okay, I'm gonna go grab a DisplayPort cable real quick before I open the thing back up. Because I don't hear it like beeping. I don't hear any errors. Sounds happy. Ah. Let's get a DisplayPort cable and plug it into the GPU. Hello, friend. It does actually have HDMI out. I'm an idiot. Ba-na-na-na-na. Does this work? It doesn't say no signal now, but we have nothing happening. Okay, I know how to test this for real though. Here, you can just watch me do this. Maybe, if I can get the camera to not fuck up. I want to show the TV too, so you know I'm not like tricking anything or plugging in my old shit again. We'll get both of them in there a little bit. This one doesn't really rotate like the other one. That case, you can't really tell with all the lights and shit in here, but it does look way cooler. That's the reset switch too. Can't tell if that works. Oh, well the signal went off. Signal came back on, but it's just a black screen. Oh, holy shit! Ah! First try on both of them! Holy fucking shit! Now let's really see. This is the real test. What do I go to boot options? Let's see. F12 maybe? Sorry, I'm like holding a keyboard and trying to do all this shit at once. Let's just go exit. How do I exit? Yes, I don't want to make any changes yet. Actually, I want to back it up, and then I actually have an update on the USB drive. That's another thing I highly recommend in terms of tips, is look and see if your motherboard might have a BIOS flash or BIOS update, and put that on a thumb drive en route so that you can update it on day one. Ah! Look at this shit. We are already booted into Windows, my friends. We are booted into the Windows stuff I had set up before. I actually don't really want to do this, but we're doing it anyways. Of course it can't. It can't do all kinds of shit it probably wants to try and do. Hallelujah! Oh, this is so cool. Okay, before I like break my windows though, shut down. And I think from there, I can't believe it actually booted into that. I thought I was going to have to do a full... I am going to do a clean install, and maybe I'll do some recommendations on that too. But, holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. This place is a fucking mess though. Like a legitimate mess. But I can't believe that all worked. Can y'all? Y'all believe I built 2 computers and didn't even have to fuck with either of them after boot? That rarely ever happens. I'm not going to pretend like I'm God when it comes to computer building, but I'm human and I've made mistakes. Oh! I'm so excited. This is so fucking cool. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah! My place is disgusting. Sorry, I'll go back to me. It is dark as fuck now. Okay. I know that this was also a little bit of a shit show, especially when getting started. But we did it. We built 2 computers, and they both worked. On their first boot. Can't get much better than that. I'm trying to look and pull up. I don't know if I can do a raid from this. Let's see. We built 2 computers and they both worked. I say that like I'm still, like I expected them not to. Considering how the stream started, it's not how I was expecting it to end, which is a good thing. I can't... Can I do it from my phone, maybe? Oh, it's so cool. Let's do... L3, you get in the raid. I won't be able to hear you, unfortunately. Alright. Thanks for jumping in, everybody. Have a good night, you filthy animals. Oh, it's so cool. Alright, I guess I'll have to end the stream here, too. Make sure it goes through. Oh, did it not go through? Oh, I'm an idiot. That looks like it went through. Okay. I think it did. I don't know. I can't really tell because I still see me on my PlayStation. Or it said the raid has been canceled. But either way, I hope it went through to L3, and I hope you all have a very good night.